Coming up next at the movies, a film that's A Red Christmas.
'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring. All through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Our X-ray subject this week, the controversial Santa Claus killer movie, Silent Night, Deadly Night. Actually, there have been two controversies about Silent Night, Deadly Night. Even before the film was released a couple of weeks ago, its TV ad campaign caused a furor with its brief depiction of an axe-carrying Santa Claus. The distributor of this film, TriStar Pictures, which is co-owned by Columbia Pictures, CBS, and Home Box Office, pulled the commercial out of release after a week of protests by parents led by a Milwaukee group. Of course, commercials like that usually die out after a week anyway, so thanks a lot, fellas. But there's no question in my mind that the showing of Santa with an axe on free TV and commercials is sick and sleazy and mean-spirited. So let's repeat the names of the people who did it. TriStar Pictures, co-owned by Columbia Pictures, CBS, and Home Box Office. Shame on you. Now, as for the film, I've got news for you. It's worse than the TV ads. Telling a typical mad slasher story about a boy who witnesses his father being shot and his mother being stabbed to death by a maniac in a Santa Claus suit. So now the traumatized kid grows up and is asked to work in a toy store as Santa one Christmas, and it freaks him out. He impales one naked girl on a set of antlers, spears another woman with a bow and arrow, and another with a knife, and yes, we even see Santa give one little girl a bloody knife as a gift and threaten another little girl with physical punishment as he sits on his lap. You might think that it would be funny, Roger, or it's played as quite sick in the film. So let me repeat the names of the writer and director and producers of this film. Michael Hickey wrote the film, Charles E. Sellier Jr. directed it, and Ira Richard Barmack produced it. You people have nothing to be proud of, even if you made a few bucks off of all the negative publicity. Your profits truly are blood money. And Silent Night, Deadly Night now has the distinction of joining I Spit on Your Grave as one of the two most contemptible films I've seen. And I don't mean to think it's campy. It really is quite awful.
I'm glad you mentioned those people's names because quite frequently they think, gee, we'll make this exploitation film, we'll be able to buy our Mercedes and live in Bel Air and nobody will ever know what we did. But I would like to hear them explaining to their children and their grandchildren that it's only a movie. Yeah. I think that would be a real interesting explanation.
Oh, yeah, it's going down right now. Episode 36 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror coming at you live. Yeah. I'm your host, Moodz616, and of course, I've always got my Cinefreaks with me. NES Ruler 22, also known as Jeremy. And of course, we've got the awesome, lovely Mexican Double Shot J, also known as JP.
What up?
What's up?
What up?
What's going on, fellas? It is... What day is it? Thursday?
Yeah, it's so weird. I cannot get used to this for the life of me. Like,
I am so fucked up because we changed the day that we're recording for these next couple shows, and I'm on night shift, so like, you know, I went to work at Wednesday, got off on Thursday, and I think it's Sunday. I don't know. I don't even know what fucking day it is anymore.
Listen, not only did we switch, like, the recording schedule, since we switched the recording schedule, I switched my actual work schedule. So normally, typically, I would have Mondays and Tuesdays off. And that's been for the past year almost, that regularly I would have Mondays and Tuesdays. So now I moved to Wednesdays and Thursdays / Thursdays and Fridays. So now it actually is even screwing up like what day of the week it feels like for me, which is really weird.
I know the feeling, man, because Sundays, I'm generally, a lot of the times I'm pretty tired when we're doing the shows.
Yeah.
I mean, not to say that I'm not right now, considering I only slept 2 hours, because unfortunately I had to go back into work after I got off this morning to go in for a staff meeting, which just totally bit my balls. That was fucking horrible. But I'm dealing with it, though, because it's 20 to 3 my time, and I just cracked a Guinness, so I'm feeling decent.
And you get to talk about Silent Night, Deadly Night films.
Yep, I'm really stoked. I don't know, man. So how was your guys' week?
Pretty good. My first week off, so I didn't do anything but watch movies and have fun.
Yeah, it's good, man. Fuck. Mine was pretty... You know, it's funny because at first I thought that I wasn't going to have a lot of time to, you know, especially watch as many films as we had to this week for the show. But being on night shift, I sit at work and I check on a aircraft like every hour. So all I did was watch movies. It was fucking great. I watched like so many flicks this week. It was great. I'm loving
More than
it.
your typical 52.
Yeah, I did actually watch a lot of films. I really did concentrate on the Silent Night, Deadly Night franchise, but I did get in some other ones too. But yeah, it was a fun but kind of painful week in regarding the franchise. But we'll get into that a little bit later. But
yeah, man.
So, JP, what is going on with you?
Man, I've had a pretty okay week this week. My general manager actually drove to Chicago to go do some training, so it's been like super chill at work.
Why couldn't you come, man?
Yeah, I know, right?
You should have come, man. Could have chilled.
It's been super chill at work, and not stressful at all. Just easy going, and a lot of fun actually. Fun at work.
You guys must be getting into like. I mean, in the industry that you're in, does it get really busy around Christmas time, or is it really dead?
No, it goes dead. Our peak season is like the summer, just straight up, because there's weddings every weekend. And then we'll get a little busy during like playoff times in different sports, because we'll have like colleges come in and stuff like that.
Yeah, in my industry, it's like the complete opposite. The summertime, pretty much people drive. Because it's
it's nice.
They don't fly as much in the summertime, but in winter, like Christmas time, is fucking. Of course, it's just hectic, right? Because no one wants to drive in these parts in the wintertime and stuff. But yeah, it's the complete opposite. We are fucking swamped, and this year we're like excessively swamped because we've been picking up new contracts and new airlines and stuff, and we're also doing we have the BC Games in Prince George this year, so we've got like a shitload of fucking athletes coming in here in February. So it's gonna be a busy 2015 year for us. So it's gonna be interesting because we're generally dead around February, except for like the the international flights and stuff like that. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting year, I think, for us. So. But I don't even know what's going to be going on with me because I'm working these fucking graveyard shifts, so I might not even be working these flights. It's very odd.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I mean, for myself, I'll just keep my regular schedule and stuff, but it's good and bad because I like when it's a little hectic and stuff because the days go by super fast. But on the flip side, it is nice to relax and get paid
to watch films.
I'm there just looking after the aircrafts and stuff, and it's not that hard at all. And plus, I'm by myself. I'm literally like the only person in the airport. It's really eerie, actually. I'll walk around. I'm just like, this is fucked up.
So I said we got to shoot a movie, man.
It would actually be pretty cool, man.
Shoot it only at nighttime.
Airport Massacre.
Yeah, and you could be the killer, man. You're all set. Got the beard.
Yeah, exactly. I seen all the guys were posting on the Facebook page there about that picture. Making up names for slasher films, and it was pretty good shit. That was fun. But yeah.
I was just going to say, this is our Christmas episode. I remember last year, Jeremy said it was our annual Christmas show. It might be next year, so that's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
it's our second Christmas show.
I did actually forget to mention, yes, it is the Christmas show. And of course, if you have not read the title of this, we are doing the Silent Night, Deadly Night
franchise.
Why the
fuck is it Christmas? It's Hanukkah right now. Should be doing some Jewish slasher films, damn it. Come on. Dude. I will make one. Come on.
Somebody should. I'm surprised that has not been exploited yet.
Hanukkah Harry Massacre.
There actually is. There's like an independent, super low budget, like Hanukkah, like Jew slasher. I'm positive there is, man. I remember laughing about this. It came out a couple years ago, and just the title just made me fucking flip. I was laughing so hard, but I know there is one out there. So I gotta find that.
Yeah, it's the third night. Come on.
Definitely look this shit up. But I definitely want to check that out.
So how's Christmas shopping going?
Awful. I'm just about done. But I am. You know what I've learned? I've learned that I am really, really fucking selfish when it comes to Christmas shopping. I go out to buy the rest of my wife's presents.
You buy your shit,
and I start buying movies for myself. And
I already know what Aaron got you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we talked about it.
And I'm like, fuck, man. I'm like, why do I do this continuously? Like, I picked her up a couple things and, whatever. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to go finish. I just got to grab this and this. Don't even grab any of that shit.
Then you buy your movies.
I grab a couple Blu-rays or something. I'm like, I get home and I'm like, I should feel guilty, but I'm like, fuck it. These are going to be awesome.
That's funny. I kind of did that when I was shopping for my gram something. I just kept seeing like different things that I wanted. But I'm pretty much, I think I'm done right now, which is good because funds are getting low.
Yeah, I hear that, man. And like I said, I'm actually going to finish tomorrow. I really only have to pick up a couple more things. So if I stay clear of any places where they're selling media, I might be okay.
Yeah, I'm going hunting tomorrow. Going an hour, 90 miles away.
Nice.
It fucking blows. Drive 90 miles tomorrow, but my friend from school is like, you want to go hunting? It's like, okay, I've never been out there.
Where are you going to?
My friends from school, my friend who collects stuff too, I've talked about a few times.
Cool.
He lives like 90 miles away. So he's like, you want to come out here and go hunting? Like,
that's
okay.
That's not the same guy that you've done videos with before?
I did that one video with him, yeah.
Oh, okay, so the same guy.
Yeah, so he lives 90 miles away, so I'm fucking going tomorrow.
Cool.
Some family videos out there and stuff, so.
Nice.
Hopefully
nice.
I won't spend too much.
Well, JP, speaking of going to Chicago and that relative area, is there by chance any way that you're going to make it to Wasteland? Because I am
possible.
going, right?
It's possible.
I know
I really want to go.
Yeah, we really haven't discussed it, but like I am pretty much officially going. So
yeah,
I mean we've got everything booked and stuff, but yeah, I'm really fucking excited actually because I was watching. I don't know if you guys watched the sit downs that 13th Wolfman does. He interviews directors and actors and stuff like that. They posted the new one on the group page yesterday, I believe.
The
and it was with
talent one.
Yeah, the Joe Stauffer one. Anyways, I watched the interview, and Joe said that he's going to be at Wasteland in April again, and that just got me super stoked because the show is already going to be amazing.
Yeah.
30th anniversary, Day of the Dead, and the guest list is pretty cool. And I know that
it is a sick list.
Yeah, and for guests and stuff, it's going to be awesome. But
what days is it again?
It's the second weekend in April.
9th, 10th, and 11th, or something like
that. Yeah,
that
falls on my birthday as well.
Which is more incentive to go.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome. But yeah, not only is the guest list really cool, there's going to be a lot of people there too. I think that I talked to a bunch of people that are going to make it down and stuff from, our YouTube family and stuff. But, so it's going to be awesome. I think it would be one that you might want to go to. So
yeah, definitely.
Start saving those pennies.
I need to definitely hit up, Scott because me and him talked about figuring out a way.
Yeah, where the fuck is that kid Ben?
Scott,
where the hell are you?
Kind of carpool.
I don't think that's going to happen, JP. He has been kind of MIA.
That's actually a good question. I haven't seen or heard from him.
He does that all the time.
After the fight with Danny, he hasn't said anything.
He'll post and then he'll be quiet for a little bit. He did it before too. But maybe I should message him and see how he's doing or whatever. Because he lives a little bit away from me, but in order to go to Ohio, he would literally be driving past me. Maybe 20 minutes out of the way. And, if he goes, that would be pretty awesome. If not, I'll try to find another way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Got my pass. Bought my pass.
Q. Yeah, I think it would be fucking amazing, man. Amazing.
Yeah, that would be really, really dope. It would probably be the highlight of my year, possibly, to do something crazy like that.
I was talking to Ryan Nicholson. Yeah, I was talking to Ryan Nicholson about a week ago and stuff, and I asked him, I said, hey man, are you gonna be at Wasteland? And he's like, man, I'm really, really trying to make it and stuff. And I'm
fuck,
like,
if he goes, that'd be so amazing.
I know, he's like, oh, I got to get the funds together and make it over there and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, it'd be fucking awesome. And I think Dustin Mills is going to be there again. So it's going to be a lot of people that we kind of interact with all the time. I think it's going to be a fucking kind of like a family reunion.
Jason and Crazy Jay.
That's awesome.
That'd be fucking awesome.
And I asked Tom too, Horseball, and he said he's going to try and make it too. And I don't know. Did Jason say that he was making with Crazy Jason? Did they say they were going?
I would assume so.
Because I don't
think
remember what they said.
I think they go every show.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's going to be fucking amazing.
Hopefully this time will be better than last time, but
yeah, we still made the best of it, but yeah, Wasteland, definitely try, man. It's going to be a good time. really good time.
Yeah, hopefully you don't get as drunk as you did last time.
Yeah, I need to get on a ball on figuring out how I'm gonna.
That is the result of not eating anything and drinking like 30 fucking beers.
You were so drunk, it was fucking hilarious.
Oh, that's not good. That's just so bad. Yeah.
I've never seen you that wasted. It was hilarious.
Oh, I don't even remember last time I got that drunk, to be honest.
You guys remember a long time ago when I drank that like whole bottle of Hennessy like in the chat?
I think so, yeah.
That was good times.
I'm surprised you remember that.
Yeah, we do have a few things that we kind of wanted to talk about before we get into the actual show.
Yeah.
One thing that I keep forgetting to mention for a long time now, and that is that if you guys know of Horror Block, which is like that subscription box, that you've seen it, right, Moodz?
Yep.
Like, there's some good stuff that comes in that every month. I really, like watching those videos on YouTube.
Yeah, I was really surprised this month. It had like a fucking, it came with like a shirt and like fucking, like all this cool shit, man. I was like, damn, it's pretty good for $20, man.
Mm-hmm.
DVDs, shirts,
because the
like
shirt
a bunch of little...
is like nearly $20 by itself anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That is what kind of shirt.
And like I think the Horror Block was coming with Fangoria this month, because doesn't it generally come with Rue Morgue?
Yeah, I've seen them switch it up though, because I've seen a Fangoria as well.
See, now that would be bonus for me, because I don't subscribe to Fangoria anymore. I have Rue Morgue, but that would have been gnarly.
As hell.
Yeah, it's actually cheaper to get them.
It's like $60 for 6 issues.
I like the idea of throwing like a random back issue from any magazine company like in there. I think that would be pretty cool.
That would be cool.
But anyway, if you guys want to sign up for the subscription box Horror Block, which in my opinion is better than the Box of Dread. I messed with the Box of Dread, and I honestly left pretty disappointed by the end of it. But hopefully they can redeem themselves in the future. Full Moon has a subscription box now too, which is it's like $50 a month. But
so, everyone has $50 a month.
Plus another $75 and a kidney to ship internationally.
Because they ship it by carrion pigeon. I already told you.
Fuck.
So Horror Block is
man.
Horror Block is offering a 10% off your first month by using the code PRESENT during these holiday months. So head on over to Horror Block and get 10% off. It's definitely worth it.
We're not sponsored by them. We're just hooking you up with the code.
We're not officially sponsored by them, but they did send us that code over.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
but we don't get anything out of this.
No,
I've been really contemplating it, man.
Because I like dealing with people that I actually enjoy. Like I like their product, so I would like to help out their thing.
Yep.
Yeah, you know what I was really disappointed that I didn't do? Because I remember even Jeremy sent me the link on Fright Rags. It was the mystery teas.
Yeah, I missed it. They sell out so fast.
Yeah, you gotta be fast. I told you gotta be fast.
Holy fuck. I actually could have. Like, I actually went to it and I had the opportunity and I was like, I don't know about this. And I totally fucking regret it, because after watching one of Chris's videos from Cannibal Reviews.
I saw that too. He got the Tarman.
He got the fucking Tarman shirt.
Yeah.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
That could have been mine. I was so mad. I was like, motherfucker.
For $8, I would have mined one of those.
Yeah, what a fucking score that was, man. Yeah. Really, really cool.
I heard a lot of people were getting those.
And his girlfriend got a fucking Howling shirt.
Yeah.
Which was super cool, too. And I was like, damn, that was really worth it, man.
Yeah, for $8.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Knowing me, I would probably get a double, because I have so many fucking Fright Rags as it is, so...
Also, I wanted to explain the way that these franchise shows usually don't work, because it's been a while since we've kind of talked about them. Because Zach asked in the group page, is it too late to get my questions in? Any questions that have been sent, since the last show will be on the next show. We don't really do the Q&A on the franchise shows because it just makes the show too large. But they will be answered next week. The voicemails, the questions, all that type of stuff next week on, I believe it's Nekromantik that we're doing next week.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And anything that's sent from this show will be on that show as well.
Cool.
So send away.
Yeah.
I believe, Jeremy, you wanted to say something as well?
Oh, yeah. So, as you guys probably noticed from last week's show during the main review, I wasn't talking very much, and I know some people said stuff about me if I sounded weird or I wasn't talking a lot. So last week, of course, was finals week at school, and I was writing quite a few lengthy papers. I had 3 10-page papers due the week of last week's show. So I was able to pop in The Doctors and the Devils, but I wasn't really paying attention to it like I should have for the review. And I guess I should have gave a disclaimer before we started the main review that I wasn't really paying attention as much as I should have been, and that's why I wasn't really too engaged with the conversation. So I apologize to everybody who said that I wasn't talking as much as I should have, or I wasn't as engaged into the conversation. But I had a lot to do that week for school, and it, like I said, I wasn't really paying attention like I should have. So I apologize to everybody and to Moodz and JP.
Awesome. Well, that's very noble.
That is.
Alrighty. So, was there anything else?
Just we was going to bring up the voicemail that EmperorCorndog left us.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're not going to play that because he wants us not to, or he asked that we wouldn't play it. But we did listen to it, and he was kind of just defending himself on the comments that we made about is DVD obsolete and stuff. And we just kind of wanted to clear the air and say that we were not specifically talking about him. He made a video talking about this subject matter that we've heard many other people talk about, and it kind of kick-started the conversation and debate on that topic, but we weren't specifically talking about him.
We were just bringing our opinions to the table on what we think about DVDs being obsolete and what we think about just only buying Blu-rays and not DVDs and stuff. It was just our opinions. In no means were we ever attacking anybody in this. It just by chance the video got posted like the day before we did the cast, so like it was real fresh in my mind, and I was like, I wrote it down in my Mood Swings thing, and I'm like, yeah, this is a good conversation starter. So, I mean, if you took offense to it, bro, we're sorry, but it was never meant to be a piece to attack you at all. It's just, I mean, like I said in the comments before, I said, we're all opinionated. This is what we do. We're pretty much critics, right? So, our opinions are always going to be out there. And if someone brings up something that, that we don't disagree or is a great conversation piece, I mean, we just feel that we need to talk about it. And that was a good one. So
yeah, that was a good one. And also, we're very strong opinion people. Me and Moodz just got into a battle over sequels last week. But we are never attacking each other. We don't do this to attack or anything like that. And also, the way these topics work is when we hear something going on or we come up with an idea, we write it down, and if there's time for it in a show, then we throw it out there and have a discussion on it. Just so happened that EmperorCorndog, I mean, we've talked about that topic before we even seen that video. We've kicked that one around before, but that one just kind of reminded us about like, oh yeah, like let's talk about DVDs and Blu-ray versus Blu-ray.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I mean, everybody has, a valid point on it, and we just wanted to stress ours, and that was it. So, yeah. Oh, and on that note, JP, with the sequels last week, if I wasn't as tired when we were talking about that, I meant to. I actually, during the conversation, I'd thought of something, and by the end, I'd forgot because I was completely a fucking zombie last week. I couldn't quite process anything, but I meant the one example I wanted to bring up was Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. And the reason why I love that film so much is because it's nothing like the first one.
Yeah, I understand that.
I love that fact because making another serious film.
Texas Chainsaw 2, but I'm not, but I don't, like, I love it for what it is, but I don't just love it because of it being different. It's part of why I love it.
Mm-hmm. No,
but I understand the idea behind it and the concept behind it. I was just simply debating that, Pet Sematary 2 is not as strong of a film, and I think it's because of its tone. And all right, there's plot holes and stuff too. I don't really know what I was getting at, but
I don't know. I the thing about Pet Sematary too that I do dig is that it's kind of silly.
And I dig it too.
But it's not like over the top silly and like retarded. It's like a fun silly, you know, with like kind of stupid things that are happening.
The Gus character
exactly.
and how like weird he is. But my main argument was because it was the same writer-director, or the same director at least, and it was a woman, and she made something so dark and depressing, and then made something completely different, and it was just a weird contrast where I was like, this is weird, how do you go from this to this? But that Tobe Hooper Texas Chainsaw, that's a good thing to bring up because I didn't even think of that, and that is another case where you have something super serious that turns into something. So,
I think it's more of I think with these directors, like Tobe Hooper even said that he wanted to basically do something complete opposite because I think it's more of a balance thing at that point. You know, I've already went to this side of the spectrum. Let's go to the opposite side with this one.
I think it's also a matter of not being able to top what you did the first time. So let's just do something fun.
And that goes back to the conversation about, you know, people like making horror comedies as kind of a cop out nowadays because it's harder to make a fucking serious horror film, right?
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
It's really fucking hard. So.
Nightmare on Elm Street 2.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
JP gets so butthurt when you bring up that film. Fuck. Okay.
You know what I mean, JP.
Yeah. All right, so we got some news this week, JP?
We do have some news. We don't have a ton of news. It's been like this a lot lately. I don't know. One week it's pretty full, but most weeks it's not. First up, we have some news that I was like really excited about. It's very brief, but Everly, this is Joe Lynch's film, of course. He is, of course, responsible for Wrong Turn 2. He did probably the best segment in Chillerama. He also wrote and directed Knights of Badassdom, but he kind of disowned that film because of intervening from the producers. But his next film, starring Selma Hayek, Everly, is going to be hitting iTunes and on demand January 23rd, 2015, and limited theatrical February 27th, 2015. This film, of course, is being described as Die Hard in a room. So it's supposed to be like close quarters, but really effing crazy. I followed the production of this film a lot, listening to Joe Lynch on the Movie Crypt podcast with Adam Green, and it really does sound like really awesome.
There's somehow like a German terrorist in this room too. Then
it's set. I forget where it's set, but it's in another country, like Serbia. It's in Serbia, actually.
Okay.
And they filmed it there too.
Interesting.
Like it being cheaper and stuff. But Selma Hayek, awesome, of course. And it's set on Christmas Eve, I think, too. So that's kind of cool. But it's more of an action type deal. But I'm sure there's going to be dark stuff in it. It's Joe Lynch, of course. So that's really cool. I'm really excited to see this one. This one actually got a lot of talk when it was doing the Comic-Con type shit and stuff.
Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. So after that, we have an announcement of an I Spit on Your Grave documentary. Now, this is going to be dealing with the making of, the story behind.
Hopefully people don't walk out of this one.
Yeah, right. You'll have the director who, you know, if anybody knows the story, he decided to make this film when he had a first-hand experience with a rape victim, which is an interesting story in itself, so I hope they really go into that. And, of course, the lead actress is going to be talking about the film. There was a trailer that was released. I didn't watch it because I'm done with trailers, even if they are on documentaries. But, yeah, I Spit on Your Grave, a documentary coming out. I think that's cool. I'm on a huge documentary kick right now, so looking forward to another one. And that's a film that definitely has a huge legacy and kind of a big place in film history. So it definitely deserves its own.
Is it just a documentary on the first one?
I believe so.
Okay, cool.
Maybe it'll go into like what it spawned and stuff like that. I'm sure it will. So yeah, there is a trailer. Like I said, I didn't see it yet though. After that, we have Z Nation. This is Sci-Fi Channel's like take on The Walking Dead, I guess. This has, I guess the whole season already happened because it's supposed to arrive on DVD February 10th of 2015. Has anybody seen or heard of this? I know we talked about it when they announced it, but have you heard anything about it? Like when it was airing? Like if it was any good or anything?
Not a thing.
Yeah, that's tough.
Not a thing. But to be honest, man, I don't really pay attention to a lot of TV stuff. Like I mean, even with like certain TV shows, like I don't even know what season a lot of these shows are. Like American Horror Story and like Bates. Like I don't even know what season they're on. I just wait for the shit to like pop up on DVD or whatever. Because me, I can TV. I mean, I can
honest,
TV. I need the DVDs. I need to watch that shit in like 1 or 2 sittings. I'm odd like that.
My TV, like, because I see social media, like a lot of people each week will be talking about the new Walking Dead, the new American Horror Story, and I'm just so far removed from those conversations because I am just not up to date on any of that stuff. Like these shows are in their 5th and 6th season now, and I'm still on like season 1 and 2, like. So my TV, and I used to be, anything that was horror on TV I used to watch. So it's like weird now that like how many there are and that I'm not part of any of them. I'm not like following along with any of them right now.
I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago I just finished the 4th season of The Walking Dead.
And I'm still on season 2.
Yeah, so I think they're only about the midway point in season 5 though.
Yeah.
Which isn't bad, but yeah. But yeah, I'm always behind the ball too. Like I said with Bates, I haven't even started that.
And it's so interesting that you have 3 diehard horror fans who have a podcast about horror, but they are removed from one of the biggest things that is happening right now in horror, which is horror TV. That's pretty. I don't watch TV, so.
I think it's also because there's so much out there. It is a little hard because we do spend a lot of time watching films. Getting in TV shows is a lot harder. Yeah. And especially for me, because like I said, I don't like to watch an episode here and there. I like to sit down and watch 5 or 6 and, and get the whole season over within like a day or two,
Binge watcher.
Yeah. I have to binge watch TV, man. It's just the way I have to. I mean, I'm like that with films too, but TV especially, like I really just have to get it done with. I mean, it's not like I'm forcing myself. I just enjoy it more like that. Plus, I don't forget what the fuck happened in the previous episode. I hate that shit, man. Fuck, annoys me.
Yeah. So that hits DVD February 10th. Is Z Nation, Sci-Fi Channel's take on the zombie apocalypse TV series. After that, we have Draft House Films has acquired the North American distribution rights to Julia Hart's home invasion Western feature, The Keeping Room. Now, this film actually got a positive reaction at the Toronto International Film Festival. It is a Western home invasion style taking place during the American Civil War, where 3 Southern women are forced to defend their land and fight for their lives. The women take arms against their male oppressors, shattering gender and genre conventions in the process. This sounds great to me.
Yeah, that sounds fucking awesome.
Man, this movie sounds fucking amazing.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, well, me and Moodz have said time and time again, what's up with the Western horror type films. Yeah. I think setting a home invasion film in the wild, wild South.
Yeah.
Wild, wild South.
I never thought of that, actually, because remember, I was like, well, I want to see a fucking, like a Western slasher film. Or, I mean, I think there is, but home invasion's a really interesting idea.
Yeah,
it's really cool, man.
And I seen some stills, and it looks very accurate, and
like with some like rifles instead of
Yeah, for the Civil War, like muskets and shit.
Yeah, it's like muskets. That's a little bit. That's about 100 years before JP.
A fucking home invasion film set in the Western. Man, that's such an awesome idea. How did we never think of this before? It's crazy.
Yeah.
You throw a little creature in there, and you got the ultimate film.
Yeah, but this is supposed to hit theatrical release September 2015 and will be released on VOD and digital platforms, DVD, Blu-ray, after its theatrical run. Probably a limited release. Unfortunately, that's how these things go. Isn't it so annoying how many good films never see a wide release.
Yeah.
If you guys just look at your top 10 lists so far, you know, all the films that you've seen, how many of those got a mainstream theatrical release?
Not many.
I think maybe one.
Yeah. It's crazy. Disappointing.
Yeah.
But, you know, at least we get a fucking cool sounding home invasion, you know.
Western.
Yeah, it sounds like girl power, too.
Yeah.
Which I'm fine with. I usually enjoy those type of films, to be honest. Let's go with this. We have Kong, Skull Island. This was supposed to be the next film in the King Kong series, which was supposed to land November 4th, 2016, but now has been pushed back to Friday, March 10th, 2017.
Great, 2 years to go.
Yeah, so this one, you know, sounds pretty cool, though. It's supposed to take place entirely on Skull Island, which sounds good to me, because I always find that part of the film more interesting anyway, than when they hit the city and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, new King Kong film.
Fuck Peter Jackson's King Kong.
Yeah,
God, I hate that film.
I'm not a fan of that one either,
So
man.
fucking boring.
I couldn't even feel my back. I watched that at the cinema, and I couldn't
too. It's
feel my
so
back,
boring.
man. I was fucking sleeping, man.
Is it just because it was too long, or how
It
long
was
is it?
boring. It's boring.
It's boring.
Really? I thought it was pretty fun.
Really, man. I mean, fucking 3 hours, whatever. But
Yeah, I mean, I
the
never
length
watched
doesn't-
it in like this theater or anything. Like, I just caught it on TV, like here and there. Like, I don't even know if I ever watched the full entire. I was always catch it in like the middle or something. But I always liked the like, I don't know, like it was alright.
Mhm. Q.
Just
Right.
can't take Jack Black serious in a drama.
Yeah.
I can't take that guy fucking serious, even when he's trying to be funny.
What about
Come
when
on,
he was
man,
in
School of
Scream?
Rock.
I Know What You Did Last Summer Part 2.
Ugh.
School of Rock, man.
You didn't like him in that?
Let's not even talk about I Know What You Did Last Summer films. God, I don't even like the first one.
I like both of them, even though there's three. I only like both. So yeah, next up we have The House That October Built. Image Entertainment will enter The House That October Built.
Ghostly.
Blu-ray, DVD, January 6, 2015. That's pretty soon. I think it's supposed to take place in like a haunted house, like not like a house that's haunted, like a attraction, like a haunted thrill ride type house. I'm not actually sure. It looked pretty cool and it sounded pretty cool, but who knows if it actually. This is one of those things. It is Image, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you never know with these, but you know, I'll be down to check it out.
Yeah.
After that, we have a little update on Nekromantik 2, which I found myself. Like, I didn't hear anybody say this or anything. But you know how right on the cover it says limited edition of 5,000 copies, right? Like, there's a sticker right there that says that. Well, I actually got the press release finally, and I noticed that it says in the bottom of the press release, first 5,000 Blu-ray copies and 2,000 DVDs copies include original collectible new artwork of Nekromantik 2. So is that pretty much saying that it's not actually limited? It just looks like it is?
Yeah, maybe they're making a full release for this one.
Well, I think it is with the old one too. The first Nekromantik. Because it says the same thing. It just says it says like new artwork. Like I remember reading it somewhere where it said like the new artwork, but I never put two and two together. Maybe they're just trying to look like it's limited, but it's,
I've never seen any of the Nekromantik releases with different art.
Yeah, that's
well,
like
maybe
the cover
they're
art I
just
was.
not.
Maybe it
they're
doesn't
just
come with
not
like
sold
the.
out yet.
Maybe it doesn't come with like the penis card that's inside and like the postcards.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's just not sold out yet. There was 10,000 copies.
Fuck it.
Which how many Nightbreeds were there?
10,000.
Yeah, and those are like just I think, right?
Those are gone now.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Nekromantik
apparently they're
take
gone.
a little while to get.
I think maybe like they mean that it doesn't.
I'm
come
surprised though because
like
I know
these
the reason why
things.
they extended that 5,000 is because of
Well, at least I know with the second one, that's what they're saying. Because why else would they say first 5,000 Blu-ray copies include original collectible artwork? Does that would mean that there are more than the first 5,000, right, Jeremy?
Yeah.
So,
I don't know.
I mean, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What do you think?
I don't know what other cover art, like, I think it has to just be the postcards that are inside that are different.
I mean, it could be, well, this is new artwork, isn't it? This wasn't the original theatrical artwork, was it?
No, I think that is actually.
That's the one like I always see.
What art cards do you have in yours, Jeremy? Because
I got this
I'm really
one,
curious on this now. You got me thinking.
this
Okay.
one, and this one.
Okay.
That's it.
So maybe that's what it is then, because like these just have art cards and the other ones don't. Maybe that's what they're.
Right now I'm talking about Nekromantik 2 specifically, because I don't know for sure about 1, but I do know that it says first 5,000 Blu-ray copies include original
This makes me laugh.
collectible artwork. Now, that pretty much says if there's a first 5,000, then there's more after that 5,000, right?
Yeah. So well, maybe they're not. Maybe it's just not limited.
But-
it's just the first 5,000 copies pressed are going to have this, and then
What do you
there's
think?
no limited. That's fine.
I don't see more than 10,000 people buying a copy of Nekromantik.
I think it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good because I mean, a lot of people.
It's kind of a niche film. I don't
Is it
think
It
really?
is. No, dude, these do not sell like
Yeah.
hotcakes, man. This isn't like a Scream Factory release of Halloween 3, you know? This is a definitely
I think I did read somewhere that the reason why they expanded this to 10,000 is because the first 5,000 went like hotcakes.
well, that was with the first film though, right?
Yeah.
I could see 5,000 going fast, you know, especially for a company like Cult Epics. It was probably their biggest selling release.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So like,
I always wondered because Cult Epics has done some pretty damn good releases in the past, like DVD releases and stuff. So
yeah,
I always wondered, but a lot of those releases were limited though too.
yeah.
Like I remember they had that Driller Killer one from a few years back that was limited.
That was a DVD, wasn't it? Or was it a Blu-ray?
Yeah, just
yeah.
a DVD.
You could get it now. It's like $6. I saw it on Hamilton Books for $3.
Yeah, that one I swear you can still buy brand new, and I think there's still copies available. It's
Yeah.
been out for
Well,
years.
I mean, but I just from like my judgment of like when I start seeing a lot of people talk about like films like Nekromantik or something, then that usually means that a lot of people are buying it because I'm kind of removed from the talking about collecting and stuff like that right now. So, and I was seeing everybody talking about Nekromantik when that got announced and stuff. So, I think it definitely sold really, really well. But still, it's only going to sell as well as something like Nekromantik and Nekromantik 2 can sell, which I don't think is anywhere near what like a mainstream, film would sell, like something that Scream Factory would put out.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm asking is, how do you feel about them giving off the perception that it's limited to 5,000 copies when really it's just some shit about some artwork? Are you okay with that?
Well, I mean, at first I thought it was limited to 5,000, so I think it's a little bit of false advertising, a little bit.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's obviously a gimmick just to get people to fucking pre-order and sell that 5,000 out quick so that they can fucking press up, whatever. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not really a big fan of that, to be honest. It just seems like
Bad business.
A little shady?
little shady. Yeah. I mean, everyone thought. I mean, when it first got announced, it sounded like there was going to be 5,000 copies.
Yeah, so it's like, oh shit, I have to go buy it now.
Because remember when we first heard about it, we were all like,
well,
"Fuck,
if
we
we
need to
want to cover
pre-order
it on
this."
the
Like,
show, we all need to pre-order. Like right now, it's like $30-some. So
Yeah.
I was like, when I got the press release, and because it doesn't say it anywhere big either. It's like at the bottom of the like topic. I have it on the website, on our website. And I was like, wait a minute, first 5,000, 2,000 DVD, what's going on here? And I do agree, it's a tactic. I can't say anything too bad about it because it works. Stuff like that works. They're not really saying like
Well, it got us.
never, yeah. But I mean, they're not lying per se.
Like, joke on
They're
you.
not lying about it. They're just being kind of like vague.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with it. I never have a problem with things being pulled away from being limited, unless you're really saying like, hey, there's only 5,000 of these being made, and then you're like, well, actually we made a couple more. That's some bullshit. So yeah, I mean, more people can get a hold of it. I was kind of worried about that though. Now I feel like the price will drop a little bit once people start realizing that it's not limited to 5,000. And I think that it's always good not to deny people from being able to see something. So I actually don't like limited stuff unless you're going to do it. This edition's limited, but you can still get the regular standard edition, because then everybody could see the film. But we're talking about Nekromantik 2, which is like super out of print, or I don't even know if it ever had an official release.
Yeah, it does.
Like, you don't want to deny people from seeing things.
It's just hard.
I just find that weird.
I know.
The barrel release,
remember at Wasteland Moodz, Jason bought one. He was like so pumped. He's like, "Look what I got!" He's like, "Oh,
how much was it? Is it so it's like out of print or whatever?"
Yeah, I think he paid like $40 for it, if I remember.
Yeah, the barrel one usually goes for a lot more.
Yeah,
that was actually a pretty decent price. No, maybe not now, but yeah.
That's why I will never buy something out of print ever again, and like unless I get it for cheap. I'm never paying like an out of print price for something, because the way things are going, man, it just feels like these things just keep, all these out of print things just keep getting releases eventually. So I'm just not going to do it. Like, somebody just bought something that was out of print recently and posted it on the page. I think it might have been Zach or somebody.
It's like I want to sell my Phantasm.
Yeah, but it's different though. It's different though. I mean, generally when Zach's buying something that's out of print, he's paying $5 for it. It's not a big fucking deal.
Like Phantasms, it's like now's the time to sell them, because they're going to get re-released.
Yeah, there's no way like we're going to go the next 10 years without seeing another Phantasm release. Impossible.
Mm-hmm.
They're going for like Phantasm 3 and 4 are going for like $25 a piece right now.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Same
with the that edition of a Siberian film, the cardboard one. I think that's going for like $70.
Yeah, but that thing was limited though too, right?
Yeah, but it's kind of crazy how much people pay. Like Dead Alive, it's like that's stupid.
I'm glad I grabbed one of those.
Like Dead Alive,
man.
But they're re-releasing Dead Alive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I mean,
a new transfer, which is
like
good
that.
actually, because I heard the other Blu-ray transfer shit. So that's good. That's one that's actually going to get like a good fucking release.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully the transfer's better, but.
All right. So after that, we have All of Films announced a group of thrillers that are going to be coming out in January. Now these I did check them out, and their IMDb page does have thriller and horror attached to it. So, if IMDb says it's horror,
gotta talk about it.
Yeah. So the first one is Sanctimony by Uwe Boll. The second one is some thing that I'm not going to try to pronounce, but it's on our website. That comes out January 20th, 2015. And the last one is another Uwe Boll film directed by him, of course, and it's called Backwoods. This one, and I think those are some old Uwe Boll films.
I think those are like early
2000s. And that one hits January 27th, 2015.
It really does not get me excited when I hear, I'm like, oh, All of Films is releasing new films? Cool, man. And they're both Uwe Boll films. Oh.
Yeah. Well,
limp dick right there.
Either me or Jeremy will be talking about them, so. Ugh.
Yeah.
We should do one of each, JP.
Yeah.
If you get two, just send me one. I'll watch it.
All right.
What the fuck? What about me?
That's what happens when you're foreign.
Stop living in foreign lands, dude.
Oh, goddamn. Olive won't ship up to Canada, will they?
No.
I could, go pick them up.
That's actually been a major problem for me.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, any of these, distribution companies who want to send screeners or anything like that, as soon as you mention, foreign, it's like,
Yeah, it's because of the shipping, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they're already, handing out stuff for free or whatever, and then they got to pay more for shipping. It's like, no.
Yeah.
I see their point.
The ones that I got from Image, dude, was, high-speed shipping. It was, the 2-day air or some shit. I'm like, why are they paying this much for it?
Yeah, that is odd, actually.
Yeah, you could keep the Image films.
All right. So,
I want to get MPI, man. MPI.
Yeah. Last up, we have some exciting news from Scream Factory. At least in my opinion, you guys didn't seem as excited as me, but I love these films. This is Scream Factory announcing Sleepaway Camp 2, Unhappy Campers, and Sleepaway Camp 3, Teenage Wasteland, both for collector's editions. And I don't believe they stated a release date yet. But it's supposed to be during their Summer of Fear 2, which I think what they did last summer with their Summer of Fear thing, all the releases, they did those live shows, they did those sales, and they released some cool titles like Sleepaway Camp 1. I thought they nailed their Summer of Fear thing. That was really cool what they was doing over there. So I'm excited for Summer of Fear 2. Perfect films to release for Summer of Fear 2. And Sleepaway Camp, the first film that they released, is one of my favorite releases. So I'm pumped for these.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at first I was a little, not weirded out, but I was like, wow, they're actually releasing those. But you brought it to my attention that it's actually a super good thing because these are not MGM films. These are Anchor Bay.
Or at least they were.
Well, at least they were. Exactly.
And it's hard to see uncut versions of this film.
Yeah. So I thought that was another positive of this release.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's really inviting that, they're getting films that aren't just MGM, owned or vault. Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. I mean, I was more surprised the fact that they were collector's editions, but that they weren't in a double feature.
New cover art.
When I first saw the announcement for Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3, I thought it was a double feature. And then I read further and it was like collector's editions for both. I was like, what? But I guess keep the theme going, right?
To do a commentary.
Yeah, right.
So anyway, one of the things that Moodz was mentioning was these films were one of the highly requested films, even way before they got the first Sleepaway Camp. Yeah. They were people always requested. Ever since Scream Factory came about with their release of Halloween 2 and 3, Sleepaway Camp Trilogy was one of their highest requested releases. So
now that box set's going to plummet.
They have always said, we can't get the rights to these. We don't own them. It's unlikely that we will get the rights to these because it was just they worked with MGM and a little bit with Universal and Fox and stuff. But like Anchor Bay owned the Sleepaway Camp films. They might still own them. I mean, we've seen them work together on the Halloween box set, Scream Factory and Anchor Bay. So I just find it really, really exciting that we talked about this recently, that Scream Factory is scraping the bottom of the barrel with the MGM titles, and we need to see some movement on some different vaults. And this is a good step in the right direction. 2015, hopefully that we'll see a lot more of these type of releases. So yeah, that is great.
Now the box set is going to plummet.
Yeah. It should. I mean, honestly, I've seen those come and go for pretty cheap. Like, I got mine for $20 with
Moodz
the
paid
full
$30
disc.
Moodz paid $30. I got Moodz's for $30 plus shipping. I think we paid Moodz or something like that. It was $27 or something.
It wasn't too bad, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
So for more information on Sleepaway Camp and the films, go back and check out our episode number 22 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror, where we did cover Sleepaway Camp 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Jeremy talked about that weird one that we didn't know existed.
That would have been fucking odd if Scream Factory actually announced Part 4 as a collector's edition too.
Yeah, that would be...
My socks literally would have blown off my feet. Literally.
Funny.
That would have been funny
while I'm standing on them.
They're we hooked up a magnet to release Return to Sleepaway Camp, and the tagline, "The annoying fucking kid."
Oh my god.
Fuck that kid's annoying.
So bad. Yo.
Yeah. Right, so,
is that all you have for releases, JP?
Yeah, that wraps up the news.
Okay. Just on that note, I got a couple releases from announcements from Massacre Video. They announced, I believe about a week ago, that they're going to be releasing the shot-on-video film Venus Flytrap for all you.
Yeah, I did see this get posted. Sorry about that.
Yeah, shot on video fans out there. That's pretty much what Massacre Video is known for, with their older releases, shot on video stuff. So that's interesting. So if that interests you, that is up for pre-order on Amazon as of now. I think that's the only place where you can pre-order, which is odd. You can't do it on Massacre Vet. And then they also announced they're going to be releasing Nick Palambo's, I think that's how you say his name, his very first film, Nutbag. He's the director of Murder Set Pieces. This one is from the early 2000s, I believe, shot on video also. So they announced that, and it's coming in early 2015. So these ones caught my eye because I'm a really big fan of Massacre Video. I buy everything that they put out, so yeah.
Wasteland titles, Moodz.
Fucking awesome, yeah. Yeah, hopefully they'll be actually on the table so I can grab them there. It'd be cool.
And hopefully he doesn't bash you like he did last time.
Wait, what?
Hey, you're that Moodz guy. You didn't like this movie, did you?
Fucking Lewis, man. Fuck, I walk up to the table and he's like, hey, I know you. I'm like, oh, okay. He saw my fucking update where I talked about fucking Snuff 102. And I basically said I didn't really care for it. And he's like, yeah, you're the guy that didn't like Snuff 102. I'm like, what the fuck? You remember that? Holy shit. Yeah, so that was a little embarrassing, but I've told
Gotta remember Moodz is a celebrity, so
when you told me that one girl who directed Mutantis messaged you, I was like, oh god. That was probably one of the weirdest, like...
Oh, that was one of the best reactions ever. I'm like, hey dude, guess who I was talking to? And you're like, who, the director of Mutantis? You're like, oh god.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, but she was super cool. We talked about it. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's what I had just for announcements for Massacre Video. I know there was a few more, but yeah. So that's it for the news?
That is it.
Okay. Alrighty, so getting into, I guess, a minor edition of Mood Swings with the releases for December 23rd, 2014, which I have to say is probably the most pathetic looking list of releases I've seen in quite some time. This actually might be the worst.
It's definitely the worst.
The smallest. I shouldn't say like. Well, I mean, I don't even know the quality of the films, but this is definitely the smallest release list I've seen since we've done this show. And maybe that's because it's right before Christmas. I don't know. But first up here we got sci-fi original series Continuum, or however you say it. Season 3 is coming out on Blu-ray. I don't know anything about this. Do you guys know what this is?
No.
Nope.
I don't know TV.
Yeah, sci-fi stuff, we don't even get Sci-Fi Channel. Then we got Dominion Season 1, of course, another sci-fi original show. Don't know shit about it.
Wasn't that the, like, TV series that spawned from the movie Legion?
Could be. That sounds about right, I guess. I don't know. I'm just making up shit right now.
I think it is. I think that's what it is.
Okay. Intruders. This is a BBC show coming to fucking Blu-ray. Fucking BBC's putting out Blu-rays. That's awesome. Next up, we got a film called Backwoods. This one looks really, really bad. Actually, this one is actually an older film because I swear this was on fucking Netflix like years ago.
Wait a minute. Is this... Why does... This isn't the Uwe Boll one, is it?
No, this one's got Haley Duff in it.
Haley Duff?
You mean Hillary?
Yeah.
No,
Haley. Hillary's, I think her older sister.
Wait,
yeah,
she has a sister?
Yeah, she was in Backwoods.
Yeah.
Is that it, Moodz? Backwoods?
That's the film, and apparently it's getting a DVD. Maybe it's like a new edition of it or something like that, which is
already has a DVD release.
Who's putting this out?
It's saying that it's coming out.
It's Echo Bridge.
It has to be Echo Bridge.
Oh, fucking Echo Bridge.
They always put out the same films that are already out.
Oh, God. Anyways, move on.
The movie fucking sucks, too.
The brand new After Dark original film, Sanatorium, which is finally being released.
Looks like a ghostly to me.
A fucking year ago. They're finally putting on the rest of these, the current season of After Dark original.
I've heard it's like Rave Encounters.
Yeah, is it actually like a found footage film? Because I wasn't quite sure on this.
I think my favorite YouTuber talked about it on his last update.
It looks like a ghostly.
If you know who that is.
Yeah. And then last up here, and I mean, yeah, already at the end, we got a film called Traffickers. Again, I don't know shit about this one. It's directed by Kim Hong-seon.
Oh, this one
Yeah.
actually looks like it could be good.
Don't buy
Yeah.
it. They're going to bomb us.
So that's from Wellgo USA is putting this out. So
Darkest
who knows?
State.
This
Darkest
is
State.
Korean, of course.
Yeah, Korean film.
Oh.
It doesn't actually look that bad, but wow. This week's releases, can you guys think of anything else that's coming out? Because that's pathetic. It's like super pathetic, man. Like it just doesn't seem like they're.
No, I don't know anything else coming out, but I will say that this one kind of looks like it's possibly a revenge film. The Traffickers one.
Actually, next week's releases are pretty decent. There's some actually decent films coming out. A couple Scorpion releases and a film that Steve just reviewed the other day.
Oh, yeah.
Coming out from Brain Damage, which I watched the review, which was fucking hilarious. So check out that review. I'll leave a link. But yeah, so that's going to do it for the releases for the 23rd. It's fucking pathetic. Really, really pathetic.
I mean, honestly, probably the best shit you got there is just based off the cover is Traffickers.
Yeah, Traffickers. I mean, yeah.
Not Backwoods. That movie sucks.
Yeah, I've actually seen Backwoods before. It's not good. So, yeah.
Yep.
Already moving along here, and I guess we're going to finish up Mood Swings. Since we are not doing quick cuts.
Actually, before you get to that...
not quick cuts. I mean, Q&A.
Before you get there is one thing that I do feel like... It was a question we got a while back, and I know we're not doing Q&A, but I just figured we should talk about it. And that's Wrong Turn 6 being pulled from the... From its release, because apparently it had a poster of a real person in it who was missing or something like that. Moodz, I believe you're the only one out of us three who's actually seen the film, so do you know what they're talking about?
Yeah, I went back and actually, because I looked it up online to see what part it was and stuff, so I went back, and after I watched the film, I mean, obviously I didn't know that this was a thing before, because I watched before it announced. So I went in and actually watched the part, and it's like, it's quick. It's really
bullshit,
quick.
Man. It's just a publicity stunt.
No,
But they did
it's
pull
not.
these. They actually did pull these from the shelves, but the fucking odd thing is that I think there's still some Best Buys or Targets or whoever was carrying these. They're still on the shelves.
I know, and they won't sell them.
But when you bring them up to the till, it rings up and it says, "Oh, you can't buy this because the discs are messed up or something." They're using some weird excuse, but I'm like, how fucking lazy is this? Pull them off the fucking shelves. You got to incorporate some thing into your computer saying, "Oh, don't sell this for whatever reasons." Pull them off the fucking shelf.
Well,
that's what
honestly,
you're doing.
If you're a store chain and you're known for having the Wrong Turn 6s in your store, maybe it's a good thing for you, right? I mean, even if you won't sell them, maybe there's some people like, I'll bet you I can get them to sell them. And you'll go to the store and try to buy some shit.
You know what they're doing, man? They're selling them out in the back alley now.
Yeah.
Still have them at Family Video.
They're legal bootlegging them.
I don't think it's illegal. Is it illegal to sell them?
I mean, if they're banned, I mean, apparently they're pulled. I mean, they did put a ban on them, so I would assume it's not. There's no law against it, but I'm assuming there's fines involved.
There's probably fines. It's the same thing. It's probably like breaking street date. You know, it's not illegal to break street date, but you can get fined for it because you're breaking a agreement.
Yeah.
So.
How many copies do you want? I can get you as many copies as you want.
I mean, it does make sense. And like, the only thing, the problem I have with the Wrong Turn 6 thing is, you know, this is strictly I don't know who was in charge, but maybe producers or someone involved with this film. Like, how do you just use real fucking photos of people?
Honestly, you guys like say that, but I honestly don't think that it's like that, like horrible of a mistake. Like, I can see that happen easily. Like, just like. You're just like, I don't know, I didn't really think about it.
But all you have to do, like, usually these type of pictures and films are, you know, people that they've gotten, you know, written permission from to use in the pictures and stuff. You're just literally, of course they are, so you don't get in shit, man. I mean, honestly, if I saw my face on a fucking movie, I'd be like, what the fuck? No one contacted me about that shit. And like, what happens if your shit's being used in like a wrong way? Like, I mean, honestly, I don't know what could possibly offend me, but it's the principle of it. I mean, you're also watching a film or someone comes and you're like, holy fuck, man, I just seen JP in a fucking movie.
I know they try not to do that. Like, I know they make an effort to try not to do that, but I'm almost certain that like a high percentage of films doesn't go and get permission from every person, because how do you even do that? If you find a picture of somebody and you're like, wow, this would be perfect for my film. Like, how are you going to know?
I think a lot of
where
those
to find
pictures that
them?
are used in those type of scenes and stuff are probably headshots from actors and stuff.
Yeah, they're probably public domain, and I know a lot of times they'll just get like family of the crew to to get pictures from their house and stuff like that to bring in. But I'm just saying, I could see how one or two could creep under the cracks, slip through the cracks or whatever. I don't see it being like that.
Oh yeah, you got a fucking stack of like headshots and like family photos and stuff, and all of a sudden there's like a missing picture just slipped in the middle.
Well, I mean, it's a like what? Okay, so it's like one of those things you would see on the wall at Walmart, right? Like a missing person saying, "Well, how do we know that somebody just didn't like that?" That was part of the thing. Like they just wanted a missing picture, and they like sent some guy out to get one, and he just was like, well, fuck, I don't feel like wasting my time like making one. I'm just gonna grab one off of Walmart or whatever. Like some like production assistant or something like that. Like how who's double checking all this shit? How do you even double check that? So.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, but I mean, at the same time, there's like millions of movies that come out and it doesn't seem to have too many issues, Yeah. So obviously something kind of fucking went wrong there.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. But I think that it's one of the most silliest arguments to say that Fox or Warner Brothers or whoever owns Wrong Turn actually planned for this to happen.
No. I'm not saying that.
Because I've seen Zach make that argument, and I've seen other people make that argument. That is insane, guys.
I just think that Wrong Turn 6 is selling more copies than it would have now because people are buying it because of this.
Wait, you're saying it's selling more copies being off Walmart shelves than it was selling on Walmart shelves? That's not true.
No, I think what he's saying, it's potentially also selling more copies. I mean, everybody wants his flick now just because of that.
Yeah, but you're only getting the out of print copies. Like you're only getting the ones that were already purchased or whatever.
It's funny because it must be just down in the U.S. because the copies that are still for sale up here, you can still buy. Like if you
can't get them at all around here. I've looked.
Yeah, I mean.
See, up here you can. They're still on shelves and people are still buying them.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, obviously you're not going to be able to stop it, but as a company you have to look like you pulled everything, right? Mm-hmm. So my thing is, listen, we talked about it before. Walmart is such a huge thing when it comes to selling DVDs and Blu-rays. It's such a huge part of the market that the very idea that you pulled the film at the beginning of its life cycle on those shelves, there's no way that I guarantee you the numbers for this Wrong Turn are awful compared to what they were for the last couple, because the last couple have sold very, very well in Walmarts and Targets and places like that. That's why there's 6 films, because they sell fantastically in the red boxes and on the shelves. And to not have them there, there's no way. Yeah, like the resellers are making bank, right? The guys who are out there selling them for $30. But since there's no more being produced, there's no way. Right, obviously it'll come back in print, right? Maybe
obviously.
We can see what the
this is eventually going to be the highest selling one, probably. Overall, everyone's going to pick up that.
I think by the time they get another one out, after everything dies down, because they're not going to put it out before the bad publicity dies down. They're just not. So once it comes out, I think people are going to forget about it, and it's not, and people are not going to run out and grab Wrong Turn 6. But it is possible that it does do the opposite thing, and it does boost their sales. But I just think that there's no way in how they would take a risk. They would see way in advance when they're making the film that they're going to be like, well, I don't know if this film's really going to be that good, so let's try to do this, and hopefully someone's family members will get mad, and then we'll pull it from the shelves, and then
the only person really losing is the whole, like, Walmart and stuff like that, and these places that are housing these, because the way these units work is that it's unit shipped, right? So the company that put out Wrong Turn 6 has already made all their cash.
Because they have, once they pull them from the shelves, they have to refund all the films that they had to pull. They get sent back to the company.
They actually have to refund all that?
Yeah, they have to. It's a huge loss.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
because unit shipped is what's sold. But yeah, I guess if they have to recall it and then they have to it's just a big loss. Yeah, I guess that makes a little bit of sense. So.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll be lucky if we even see a Wrong Turn. If we don't see a Wrong Turn 7, then we know that this thing caused the demise of the Wrong Turn series.
Oh, fuck. Wrong Turn 7's probably already in production.
Yep. Along with 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah.
To me, it just, like, from a financial standpoint, looking at all the facts and looking at what I know happens when something gets recalled and looking at the foresight that you would have to even plan this thing out, I just think that it's so unlikely that they plan for all of this to happen as a publicity stunt, because they don't, like, you gotta look at what they're getting out of it. They're not getting anything, really, unless when they re-release it, it sells like hotcakes. But that's a big, big risk, because Wrong Turn does fine in stores already. So why even take that risk?
Yeah, it's a good point. I actually never really even thought of it as a publicity stunt until someone mentioned it. I was like, oh, well, it could be, but I doubt it. But, you know.
Yeah, well, Zach's just a paranoid guy, so I can see why he would think that.
Yep.
Just fucking with you, Zach.
Alrighty. So, the Coroner's Report, weird stats and morbid facts, of course, courtesy of Rue Morgan. This is coming from the brand new edition, the December 2014 edition. This is, it's got an exclusive on the 30th anniversary of Ghostbusters. Pretty cool.
I'm so tired of anything about Ghostbusters.
It's actually pretty interesting. They have, like, you know, when they do their, their spotlights on a certain film or whatever, they have, like, all the fucking history of the toys and stuff in here. Man, there is a fucking ton of crazy Ghostbusters toys, man. Fucking unbelievable. Mm-hmm. And so much shit that's really cool, and I just never owned. But yeah, so I'm just grabbing one from here. I always like this one. This I did know. I'm sure people out there do know, but I always like this fact. The headless corpse in the end of William Lustig's Maniac is the same prop used in Sean Cunningham's to portray a dead Betsy Palmer in Friday the 13th.
Tom Savini.
It's kind of cool. Yep. The same prop that was used. So, I mean, that's interesting.
I actually didn't know that. I might have heard it before, but I dedefinitely forgot it if I did hear it. But,
I remember hearing about that. Like, maybe I just thought it was like kind of like a rumor or whatever. But I remember hearing about that. So, but kind of cool. It's cool shit, right?
Yeah, but that's definitely cool. I mean,
it's just Tom Savini being fucking lazy, I guess. Just doesn't want to create a new one or something.
What was that? Wasn't there? There's like all the like skeletons and like Texas Chainsaw 2 were used in like another film. Like I forget what it is, but there's a couple of those type of things that happen.
Oh, I bet you the same props are used over and over again. I put money on that.
No, it was the same stuff used in Texas Chainsaw 1 was used in another film. All the shit inside the house and stuff, all the bones and stuff. If anybody knows, leave it in the comments because I can't remember what it is.
Oh, you're probably right, for sure. Alrighty, so since we are not going to be doing a what we watch segment this week, we are still going to do our personal segments. What are we going to call these things?
We're just going to call them segments. We're going to do our segments. It could be pick of the week, or it could be the segment that you do, your Italian Stallion, or it could be a brand new thing that you're about to debut. It's just, these are segments. That's what we call them. Okay,
we're going to call them a segment. I think that's a little dry, but JP said it. We're going to call those segments, so that's what we're going to roll with. So me and Jeremy don't have any say in anything around here, so.
Yeah, we're just JP. We're JP slaves.
We actually discussed this before, if you don't remember.
The Jews have always been the slaves.
You guys just have bad memories and can never remember when we discuss things.
Dude, I'm fucking delirious again. So, I apologize to everybody out there if I sound like a fucking moron, but, so, our segments. Who wants to go first?
I could go first if you want.
Shoot.
All right. So I will be doing a segment called Jeremy's Movie Madness. So I will be talking about an IFC Midnight release every week here on my segment of the show. So,
which makes sense considering.
Yeah, I am the IFC man, as everyone knows who as me, because I love IFC Midnights. I love collecting them. I almost have the entire collection. So, film I'm going to be talking about today is a film that Moodz and JP both talked about on the show from 2014, and that is The Den. Now, This movie is fucking fantastic. I absolutely love this film. I thought it was a really, really creative and interesting film. So it's basically just shot entirely a computer screen. You basically look at a computer screen the entire film, and it's about this reporter who gets a grant from a college to do a study on, one of those like chat roulette type of websites. And one day when she's, talking to these people, she comes across this girl getting murdered on this chat roulette type of service. So after she gets murdered, she starts to try and figure out who this guy is that murdered them and things like that. And of course, shit goes down. And her friends and her boyfriend get kidnapped and shit happens to her and things like that. So the main appeal to this movie is the way that it's shot. Very basic. All they really needed was 2 webcams, a computer, and they were good to go. It was really a low budget type of a production that they really didn't need much for the film to be effective. And the fact that it's effective like it is really awesome and really fantastic. And the ending is really great. I know Moodz said that he loves the ending, and it's a fucking brutal ending. And I still haven't decided what to think about the final thing where we get the reveal of what was going on. I'm still thinking about that, and that is the true picture of how good a movie is. If you're still thinking about it not months, fucking a week after you watched it. See, when I get on a rant, I just go. Like I said, this movie is fantastic. I highly, highly recommend it, which doesn't happen too often with IFC Midnights. That I really, really recommend one of their films. So if you guys get the chance to check out The Den, do yourself a favor and check it out. I give it a 9 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really, really cool. Moodz actually rated it an 8.5 out of 10. I came in with a 7 out of 10. Now, after, hearing both of you guys come in strong and hearing other people come in strong, I don't know if it was what it was, why I came in so low, but I still feel like it's a 7 film, maybe 7.5, but it's a really strong film. But I feel like it got ahead of itself and went a little too big at times. Made it feel a little unrealistic, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I never thought that at all, man. I thought it kept pretty true to what it was doing, and like Jeremy said with the ending,
I loved the ending.
The ending still, I think about it, it's so crazy because if you put it into perspective and, in reality, like, I mean, is this shit really going on? Like, it's fucking scary.
It's a very
man.
hostile type ending.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, and I really enjoyed it, man. And I thought the performances, I thought it was executed really well, because the movie's not like overly long too, which is kind of cool, so it doesn't drag out in parts. It's really kind of like bang bang into everything.
I thought on a technical level, like the editing was really amazing, and I can't even imagine what kind of undertaking it would be to like do all that. So that's one thing I give it mad props for. But what I was saying, like the scope of things when it gets like to the underground and the amount of people involved just felt a little too big to me. Like, actually a lot too big, in my opinion. That's just one.
See, I don't have a problem with that because there's always a bigger picture to what's going on, right? And who knows? I mean, this is viral, and there's probably lots of people involved. I mean, it could be one person, it could be 20. So, I mean, anything in between, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it could be 100 people. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't really think that affects it at all. Because
I think
there could be so many people, and I don't think so at all. Because I mean, you don't have to be at the same place. Like, all these people could be at different areas and stuff, just kind of communicating through, technology and shit like that.
Yeah, but just the amount of people that we did see in one place just suggested to me that it was even bigger than that. And
but I think that's exactly what they're getting at, though. Like, this is kind of like. But that was kind of like the mind. I'm not trying to spoil anything, but it's kind of like, this area, this is like a headquarters type deal or whatever. But the bigger picture is what you see in the end.
Yeah, which
this is what it's getting at, and it's huge.
That without making the scope so big. Now,
I mean, you're probably right. You could probably totally do it just showing like one person behind their desk going, "Ha, fuckers," checking his PayPal account, going, "Fuck yeah, this is awesome."
I'm thinking of Hostel.
Get out some lube.
Like Hostel, you felt like the scope of the thing that they was doing was big, but you never got the feeling that it was like this thing that would almost need like to be like it was a whole damn like organization or something.
I actually kind of disagree with that because I think Hostel feels massive, and I feel like it's a huge conspiracy. Like everyone's involved, from the little kids to like all these girls and people. Like there's a fucking huge corporation, man. Like these guys get drugged by these girls. These kids fuck with them. They go to this huge ass fucking place. It's obviously world known because people come in from all over the world to pay huge, ridiculous amounts of fucking cheddar cheese to go and fucking slice up motherfuckers like Swiss.
Yeah, but see,
You know
I
what I'm saying?
always
It's like-
thought of it like
I think Hostel is massively huge. I see that in a spectrum that's just like ginormous worldwide. This, I mean, I think it was the start of something really, really big. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that like in Hostel, for example, I felt like, okay, the girls that you're talking about, those are just some girls that like that are into some. They got involved in something that they're not quite sure what it is, but they're getting paid either way, so they're not really worried about it. I feel like there's only a select few people that really know what's going on there.
Interesting. I totally see that opposite than you.
Like you feel like the
I-
girls are like in like just like creative businessmen in this.
I think when they drug those dudes, I think it's like, to me, it's like that's the 100th time they've done it. Like this is what they're paid to do. Get tourists.
I mean, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not,
but they know what the fuck they're doing. They're part of this huge corporation. They're part of this whole fucking plan. They're a piece of that puzzle.
See, but they're a piece. Like to me, it felt like the people involved that were doing the thing and the recording. Like to me, it felt like they were solely the people responsible as well. The girls are just a piece. The guy dragging the body is just a piece in Hostel that makes this big picture. But I just felt like it was like.
But dude, they had like fucking tattoos and like you're part of a club and stuff. Like,
yeah, which
this is
made more
fucking
sense
big
to me.
This is big, man. I mean, this club is, it's supposed to be very prestigious and stuff, but it is also world known. So the bigger picture is it's spread out.
But that actually feels believable to me. Like I can see this happening. The stuff in the den, I just feel like I can never really see it being able to be pulled off, and realistically. In a real life scenario, which it is fine. It's fantasy. It's a movie. I'm okay with that. I'm just, I still really like the film. This is just one thing that I found to be a bit of a negative.
All right. Well, I respectfully disagree, but, moving along. JP, you're up next.
All right, everybody, settle down. Would you sit down, please? Teacher.
You mean they're not in this class?
No.
Are you in this class?
No.
You want to get out then, please?
No.
Okay, so back to my segment, which we're focusing on documentaries. This is Horror 101. I know Moodz doesn't like the name, but I don't really care. So this week I decided to go with a film from 2008, I believe. This is also a Starz production like last week's Going to Pieces that was made for the Starz channel, and this one's called Fantastic Flesh: The Art of Makeup Effects from the year 2008. This is it's only a 60-minute or a 58-minute documentary on makeup effects, and that's one episode of Face Off. That's not enough. So that was my number one drawback on this. It was way too damn short. They started going into stuff that I really didn't care about, like the Chronicles of Narnia. It was still interesting because like there is some cool ass things in there, but I was more into the horror stuff. And when they started talking about like The Thing, and they started talking about the history of makeup effects going way back to Frankenstein and how primitive the tools and where you had to create everything from scratch back then. There was no made like latex pieces that you put on and stuff like that. It was, you had to make everything by hand right then and there. That was super interesting to me. I really wish we could see a full length, real fleshed out version of this documentary where they go through the history and the art and the craft. And I also really enjoyed the brotherhood of the makeup effects artists, because they all seem like they had some kind of bond together, and it wasn't as competitive as you might think when you have Nicotero and Savini and all these other guys. You would think that like during the heyday, the 80s and stuff like that, that these people would be beefing and battling over like who's doing what film or who's getting the most work or whose effects look better. But it really seemed like they were slightly competitive, but at the same time they were very respectful and part of like a brotherhood. I really like that about it.
Brotherhood.
This film was just really, really fun to like see how they didn't really show a lot of how these were done, but they just really talked about the art. And they had, I forget the guy's name, but he was real old school and he was really respected and stuff like that. And it was interesting to hear more about him because I really didn't know too much about him. I think it was, I want to say his name was Dick something.
Bukaki?
But
you're a fucking dick for not knowing his name.
I know, right? I'm bad with names. You guys know that. You guys mention people and I'm like, who's that? And I see them in like 8 different films. But the idea of seeing a full document, because it's 60 minutes. They barely scrape the surface on a lot of these things. Like they started talking about like I said, the Frankenstein era, and
what was this, like a TV special or something?
I think that's what it was made for. It was like a Star, the Stars channel. It was like a Stars Spotlight, or I forget what it was called. And it was on makeup effects, but they had Savini and they had Hooper and Craven and Carpenter talk about their films, and like they started talking about like The Thing and stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, talk more about that, and they just go away because like there's just not enough time. But they touch on so much stuff where they're just scratching the surface, and you're like, I want to see the history of this. I want to see like. There was an interesting story with one of the makeup effects guys about how he met, I think it was Nicotero, and when he was a kid or something, and like he said that he wanted to be that. Like there's so many cool stories there. It's honestly a really, really fun watch. It's just too damn short, and I'm taking points off because of just they tease you. They get into something and then they're going with it. They're just on the next thing, and that's annoying. It's actually annoying. So I'm gonna give Fantastic Flesh the Art of Makeup Effects. Although I really recommend it, you get this for under $5. It's a lot of fun. I'm still only gonna give it a 6 out of 10. That's what it is. That's what it deserves. It does deserve more focus. This topic, makeup effects. I know Face Off is a huge successful show, which I did see like the first 2 seasons, and it really is a lot of fun to watch. But I want to see the history, I want to see the art, I want to see the craft, and I really want to hear him go in depth on like what is involved in doing this and what it's created. And they touched briefly on the American Werewolf in London, and I mean that's a whole damn film by itself. That amazing effect. So definitely check it out, but be warned, it's only 58 minutes or so, and you're going to be wanting more, and you're going to be left kind of feeling a bit ripped off, like what the, come on, that wasn't enough. So yeah.
Oddly enough, your documentary is 58 minutes and your review is 57.
Shut up. Yeah. So I'll see you guys next week with another edition of this segment. I hope you guys like it. I'm having fun watching these. I have a whole stack of documentaries I want to get to, so it's definitely a good excuse to watch them, to do a segment on the show.
Neil Palmer, director of the X-rated films Hot Summer in the City, Erotic Adventures of Candy, Candy Goes to Hollywood, and coming soon, The Longest Foot, starring John Holmes.
Hi, I'm Gail Palmer. I've been hired by Stallion Releasing Company to supervise the editing of this new X-rated film, The Italian Stallion, with Sylvester Stallone in the starring role as Stud.
All right, cool. So my Italian Stallion of the week. Is it going to be an Italian Stallion or is it going to be an Italian sausage? I don't know. I think that's how I'm going to differentiate if it's going to be good or bad.
God.
I was watching this shit last night at work, and I started thinking, I was like, what happens if I watch an Italian film and it's bad? Like, what do I call it? I'm like, Italian sausage? I don't know. I was delirious. I don't know. But anyways, this is an Elite Entertainment release from 2014. I believe these films are from 2013, released in 2014. Of course, they're Italian. This is an interesting release. It's called Shock My Abstraction of Death. Now, basically what this is, it's actually 2 short films just in one. It's not an anthology. It's just basically 2 short films, about 45 minutes apiece. The first, they call it episode. So the first short film is called Between Us. It's about 2 best friends. They're just hanging out one day and stuff like that. And at the beginning of the film, they're sitting at this train station waiting for this train. They're going to head into the city and party and stuff like that. And they're kind of bullshitting and whatnot. Anyways, it kind of jumps forward to the next day. And basically what happens is one of the friends gets a call saying from a police officer and whatnot. And it's saying that his friend had actually witnessed his parents getting killed the night before and stuff. And he's in a state of shock. So he needs, Yuri to come pick up Max at the police station because, he just witnessed his parents getting killed and stuff. So unfortunately, Max didn't have any other family and stuff. They're best friends. So Yuri takes him in and he starts living there and stuff. And he's basically doing everything for him. He's like cooking, cleaning. He's like washing him. There's this very awkward scene where he's like undressing Max and stuff and penis is hanging out and shit. It's pretty weird. Non-sexual though. But anyways, and shortly after they start living together, Max starts coming around and stuff. And, because obviously he's had a very shocking experience. He starts kind of seeing weird things and stuff. And, he just thinks he's totally tripping out because fucking, obviously what happened in his life and stuff like that. And it just kind of escalates from there and crazy shit starts going on and stuff. It was good. Like I said, this is a short film. It's shot very Italian. I thought the acting was good. I thought it was shot very ominous. It's very quiet. It's got a very lowbrow type score to it. The effects were pretty cool. But I will say the ending of the film was very kind of predictable, which was unfortunate because I kind of guessed it right from the phone call, what it exactly was going to happen and stuff. But, it was still worth the watch. I thought it was entertaining. Like I said, it's very Italian, but it's like new Italian. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know you guys don't watch a ton of them, but it has a lot of old elements, like the way it's shot. It's very Italian. It's very interesting because, like I said, it's very quiet and stuff and very cool shots. Very cool watch, though. I enjoyed it. Episode 2 is called Chromophobia and it is about a couple. They have basically just rented this this hillside country house for, their holidays and stuff. He's a doctor. She's a writer. They just need to get away from the city and whatnot. The odd thing about this setting of this story is that they rent this place that was, up in the hills and stuff. And I guess an earthquake had hit this small town and basically demolished all these houses and whatnot and stuff. Anyways, her husband's a doctor, so she stays at home. And, it's kind of funny. They rent this place for the holidays, but he's like still off working. It's very fucking odd. I couldn't get that. The story seemed very kind of, I don't know. It just seemed odd to me. But anyways, she's at home and she starts seeing fucking weird shit and hearing weird shit and like weird shit starts happening around the house and stuff. And she starts telling him, her husband, that, there's something fucking wrong with this house. I'm fucking hearing weird shit. And he's saying that, you're kind of crazy and stuff. Cause I guess she was a writer of like weird stories and stuff. And she started to kind of go crazy before. So he just assumed that, she's kind of losing her fucking mind again and stuff. So he kind of blows it off like whatever and stuff. And then you start to learn things about the house throughout the short and stuff. And, and then it kind of gets all fucking crazy by the end and stuff. But, again, this one was shot very similar to the first one. It's very quiet, very ominous, very Italian, a lot of cool shots. I thought it was really well done. But these both of these are not for everybody. If you're not into like really slow kind of quiet films with not the greatest payoffs and stuff, both of them are very artsy Italian films. Not as artsy as I say from the one I did last week, because that was like a fucking art giallo. But these are they're very artsy. Not for everybody, but I really did enjoy them. They ran about the perfect length for what the ideas were. You could probably stretch these out a little more, but they didn't need it to be. They didn't need to be stretched out at all. with the stories. Again, this one's got twists just like the first one. That was a little more well done, in my opinion, than the first one. I did enjoy the first short a little more, I think, than the second one. But the second one had some pretty cool shit in it, too. Both of them had pretty decent gore effects, pretty decent effects and stuff. Very similar. They've definitely fit together perfectly as like a double feature, shorts. But Shock, My Abstraction of Death, like I said, if you're really into like artsy Italian stuff, this is probably for you. If you're not, stay clear. So overall, I'm probably just going to give this one roughly about a 7 out of 10. It's really kind of hard to rate as a whole because they're two different shorts, but they are similar, if you know what I'm saying. But I don't know, man. It was definitely an interesting watch. You don't see a lot of stuff like this come out, and you don't really hear a lot of people talk about like new age artsy Italian films and stuff. So I don't know. I think Jeremy, you'd really enjoy this. I don't think this would be for you, JP. I'm just being honest. I don't know. You might like it. But I think it's more on your lines, Jeremy. I think you'd like it.
Sounds like it's up my alley.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, actually. But they're not overly, that crazy with the scripts and stuff. So, but you know what I'm getting at. But
yeah.
7 out of 10, Elite. It's the prints on here are beautiful. They really, really do look good. So Elite always does a good job.
What was the title of that film?
This one is called Shock, and then it's subtitled My Abstraction of Death.
Awesome.
So yeah. This one kind of falls in between an Italian Stallion and an Italian Sausage, I guess. It's kind of
So the Italian Stallion is like a good film. It's like a.
So it's like an Italian.
The Italian Stallion's like fuck yeah, you get excited for the Italian Stallion.
Like an Italian Stallion, Italian Sausage, Italian Stallion Sausage. There you go.
So yeah, if I watch an Italian film and it's a total shit fest, it'll be an Italian Sausage. Not good.
Alrighty.
I don't know.
So that is actually going to bring us to the moment we've all been waiting for, right?
No.
But just a little disclaimer, because we always forget to fucking do this at the beginning of the reviews. We will be talking about a franchise, so therefore it will be possible that we will be spoiling certain aspects of these films, because sometimes you can't talk about one film and then talk about the sequel without giving away plot details that happened in the first film. And we are really good about not spoiling films all throughout our regular episodes, so it's almost like a little break for us to be able to talk openly and not worry about spoiling during the franchise shows as well. So we are being a little shellfish as well. So,
shellfish? Did you say shellfish?
I did say shellfish.
That's weird.
Yes, I apologize. No, I don't. I'm standing by it.
Alrighty, so we are going to get into the featured franchise reviews. And of course, it is going to be the Silent Night, Deadly Night franchise. And this is pretty much the only holiday or Christmas franchise that's out there.
Yeah, definitely the only Christmas. I wouldn't say it's the only holiday. I mean, we got Halloween.
Okay, smartass. Yeah, definitely Christmas franchise out there, if we can say that. But yeah, of course, starting with the 1984 Silent Night, Deadly Night. Of course, we all know about how controversial the film was when it came out back in '84. Still one of my favorite things ever is the Siskel and Ebert review of it. It fucking makes me laugh so hard when Siskel starts calling out people by names. And he does it. He actually repeats himself in it too, and it's so fucking funny. I can't believe that he went to those levels to call out specific names and be like, you should be ashamed of yourself, John
Bard. Shame, shame, shame.
I'm like, oh my God. And then he continues along with bashing the film, and then he does it again. Fuck, it's funny, man. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up on YouTube. It's fucking funny as hell, man.
Don't worry about looking it up, because I'll play it during this show, trust me.
Okay, it's pretty fucking funny. But yeah, Silent Night, Deadly Night, directed by Charles E. Sellier Jr. This was his first featured film that he directed, and actually he really had a short career, and he only directed like 2 other films or something like that. It's pretty odd. But somebody want to give the synopsis on Silent Night, Deadly Night?
The night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. Survive Christmas, Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Well, we can start with, there's a young kid named Billy who is driving on Christmas Eve with his parents. There he goes to meet his grandfather, who is kind of like, what's the word, comatose? Not really comatose. He just doesn't talk. He's catatonic.
Catatonic is the word, yeah.
So secretly he's actually okay, and he pretty much scares the shit out of his kids in one of my favorite scenes in like any film ever, with that creepy ass grandpa. But anyway, on the way home, a Santa Claus who has just robbed a convenience store tricks the family into stopping, murders the mother and father in front of young Billy. Billy is sent to an orphanage where he is constantly disciplined by nuns because he's kind of weird and he has mental issues. Eventually grows up, becomes an 18-year-old, gets a job at a department store. Things are going good until Christmas Eve, where he must don a Santa Claus costume, which just sends his brain into complete hyperdrive, all messed up, and he starts killing people.
You forgot about the rape, man. How could you say he murders his mother?
He starts killing people because he needs to punish them. He feels he needs to punish the bad.
Yeah, typical slasher type stuff there. I mean,
so they have to give him a reason, not just because his parents were killed by a Santa Claus, but
I mean, he's messed up in the head, and I guess you can say that what he's doing is getting revenge on the naughty people because. His grandpa kind of instilled that into his head too. There's a lot of things. It's much less than just a, kid got bullied and now he's, getting revenge on his classmates. There's a lot to it. There's definitely different levels you can look at it.
There is, for the type of film that Silent Night, Deadly Night is,
and especially that it was billed to be, like what it was looked at from critics was just this cheap, like cash in. Exploitive, garbage, trash. Like, that's what it was looked at as.
That's what I find super interesting about this film, is because it's actually quite not. Like, it actually takes the time to develop a backstory of Billy. They show the murder of his parents. They develop the story with Billy, and then right into his adolescent life.
Yeah, they didn't have typical I'm going to go on a murder spree.
Yeah, they show you all the steps, exactly what happened with his parents, and then they show you with Mother Superior and how big of a bitch she was and how much she fucked him up too. Yeah. And then obviously his transition from being okay in the real world to seeing red, quite literally, in the Santa costume, and then transforming into the killer. I really like how this movie develops, man. Say what you will about it. There is some cheesy moments in this film, but it's fine. I think the way this movie's executed, up until the killings and stuff, is really well done, and I don't think it gets enough credit for actually being a well-developed slasher film.
Yeah, if you look at all the other slashers from the time, when you look at stuff like Happy Birthday to Me and Slaughter High, which watching these sequels, I seen the Slaughter High trailer 3 different times.
I know, it's not fucking funny.
Yeah, so when you look at those films that are very, very basic, right? I mean, Happy Birthday to Me, I guess, had a little bit more towards the end of narrative and stuff, but the point is, this film has a lot going on compared to what you normally saw in slashers, yet it's billed as one of the most cheap and generic slashers of the time, which is just weird, right?
Yeah, I think
and critics really, I mean, if you look at the history of this film, going into that a little bit, taking us away from, talking about the film briefly, they pulled this film's advertising like a week after it aired because of angry parents, and this film opened up it opened up the same week as Nightmare on Elm Street, and actually surpassed Nightmare on Elm Street in the first week. And then just plummeted after all the advertising was pulled, and after the filmmakers kind of eventually just pulled the film in general.
Sounds like what's going on right now.
With that comedy that's out or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, people were outraged. Like, you cannot show Santa Claus carrying an axe. You just can't do that. and people were really pissed off. This film deserves a documentary, and I would say that this whole series does, just because how weird it is.
Especially the story of the first film, though. I mean, it definitely does need. I would love to see an in-depth documentary about everything, and it's too bad you couldn't interview
even the
Siskel
second
Neighbor now.
Because
it would
the
be
second
so
film
fucking
has
good.
an interesting history.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, this is such a fun film, and I really. I always, this is one film that I always like to defend, because you always hear people are like, yeah, Silent Night, Deadly Night, it is what it is, but it's not a great film. And I'm like, I kind of beg to differ. Like, I actually think it is one of the better slasher films out there, just because of how it is structured. And like I said, it's not that cheap and piece of shit, generic slasher that everyone says it is. Mm-hmm. It actually takes the time to develop. And honestly, this movie came after. Well, this is pretty much at the end of the golden age of slasher films, and this one's quite developed. They could have went that route and just went, let's just make a generic one.
The slasher films.
Why take the time to develop the story when
and
it's
they
just
have some
going to be
pretty
deemed as a
memorable
cheap
kills too.
Yeah, and that's another cool thing about this film. It's actually kind of innovative and stuff. And obviously it's the first of its kind too, with a killer slash. I mean, there's a lot of elements of this film that really do stick out. Mm-hmm. I think right from the opening credits, which I think are fucking awesome in this film. It develops so perfectly. I mean,
there's actually a high
man.
level of violence. When I first seen this film last year, I talked about it on the podcast because it was the first time I ever seen it. When I seen Santa Claus rip the mom out of the car and tear off her shirt, I was truly disturbed. Like, I was like, wow, like, that's pretty fucked up to see when you're a kid,
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think that totally could screw up a kid, and I feel like they really didn't hold back, and to me, it didn't really feel that exploitive. It just felt like this is a fucked up story, so we have to make it seem actually fucked up. Like, it has to be, because in order for this kid to snap like this, we have to have some real stuff happen to him, and I feel like they did, and I feel like I was very, happy with the whole way that all of that played out with Billy.
I remember the first time I watched this movie was, I don't know when it was, but I was always so confused on how Billy actually does get away from the killer. Like, I know that he can't find him in the bush, but he's a fucking 6-year-old kid or whatever. It's like, you really think he's going to outbrain this guy? Like, I'm sure he could find him. But the other thing is the fact that he didn't kill the baby. And the funny thing is, if he had killed the younger brother, we would have never had a franchise.
Yep.
I know, but listen, the thing is,
wouldn't have number 3. Man.
You might rip off some woman's shirt and shoot the husband in the head and slit her throat and stuff like that, but are you really how many? I think even the worst of the worst might not kill the baby, because it's just it's kind of weird to do.
Well, it's
you like it,
weird,
JP.
but it's just one more reason to really make that fucking Billy snap in the storyline. But I mean, of course, you have to disconnect yourself a little bit. I mean, of course, not all killers are, gonna fucking go out there and slaughter the baby, the innocent baby. I mean, obviously, if you look at it this way, it's not like the baby kid identify him.
Right. Yeah.
So you look at it like that. But my only problem with that scene is the fact that Billy does get away. I mean, does he just give up looking after him?
Well, I think what it is you just shot your gun, you just shot a gun, you just murdered 2 people. You're going to stick around that long? You have a car sitting right there or whatever. I mean, it's kind of in a ditch, but maybe you could get it out. All I know is the cops are going to show up eventually. I could spend time looking for this kid. I am in a Santa Claus costume. He's going to think I'm Santa Claus. I just was probably witnessed on camera in a convenience store. I ain't got really much to lose to stick around here and wait.
Yeah, true that. I mean, yeah, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it. I always thought it was kind of interesting that, well, maybe Billy was one smart ass motherfucker and he climbed a tree and stuff and couldn't find him.
I just think he sat there, and if the guy seen where he went, he would have been dead meat. But he didn't. So, flash forward years later, nuns are weird, to me, and that whole like, they arguably made him worse than what he would have been, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I think that's exactly what they're getting at too, and they kind of exploit that to shit in the film too. You know, about how these orphanages and stuff are like very, very naughty themselves and bad and stuff. I really like that aspect of it because they really
there's a bit of
fuck
social
them up.
commentary there, which obviously, like, that proves our point once again that this film isn't just some cheap no thought slasher from the 80s. It's not.
Totally.
I love how you never see a non-Christian orphanage. It's kind of funny. I've noticed that. Like, every fucking orphanage has nuns in it.
It's because I think they're the only people that care, quote. You know, Mother Superior, oh my god, man, her character, she is such a fucking bitch, man.
Yeah, she is.
Like, she is. She's such a hypocrite, you know. It's like, you know, don't hurt the children, but then she's fucking whooping the shit out of them too at the same time. It's like, but her, you know, what justifies her means, whatever. It's just, I find her character to be just
don't turn to violence, and then she turns to violence.
Exactly. She's such a hypocrite. It's like so fucking annoying. But that's what they're doing. They're exploiting that bullshit because, you know, of what you hear about orphanages, and, you know, they can do what the fuck they want. But getting back to, like, you know, before he gets to the orphanage, what are your guys' thoughts on the little kid, the first Billy in the film? I think that kid is fucking fantastic, man.
I do. Oh, you mean the one with the grandpa?
Yeah, like the young Billy.
Yeah.
I think they really pulls it off.
Yeah, I agree. But dude, I'm serious. Like, that grandpa scene, like, when I first popped in this movie, and that's like one of the first things you see, I was like, this is awesome. Like, that dude really got into his role. He'd be like, Christmas Eve is the goddamn worst time. He's like, the scariest time of the year, boy. I was like, oh my god.
My favorite part is when Grandpa looks at Billy and he goes, "You better watch out." It's just the way he says it, because it's such a cheesy line, because obviously that's fucking, you know, Christmas shit. But it fucking kills me every time. It's so executed perfectly.
There's a story to be told with Grandpa. Like, what the hell happened to Grandpa scares him so much about Christmas? I want to see that story. Let's get a Silent Night prequel. Get that Kickstarter going. Let's do this right now. Come on.
Script,
I always wondered what the fuck was with Grandpa and his faking being catatonic. Man, that takes a lot of fucking...
Yeah, but
that
the
takes a
reason
lot
he's
of energy,
doing
man.
is because something really fucked him up during Christmas.
But they said he's been catatonic for, I think they even say, like, over a year or something, so I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. But I don't know.
I love that character, man. I love that part. That's like one of my favorite parts ever now. But, you know, once it goes like full blown slasher mode, that's kind of what it is at that point. It really is just victim after victim. But the setup is really well done. There's some great kills, especially in the uncut version, which is, you know, I kind of like the quality dips a little bit, because you can actually see what was cut out, and I find that pretty cool. That, like, I wish there was a feature when they release stuff uncut that, like, glowed out, like, outline the screen, like, when it's the cut stuff.
That's interesting you said that, because I like that too, actually. You know, that the quality dips, because you really get to see exactly what that... I mean, I've actually seen a cut version before, but I can't quite remember. It's been a long time since I've seen one. But it's so cool to see that, you know, that quality dip, and you're like, wow, they cut out that whole fucking scene. It's really noticeable in My Bloody Valentine when you watch the uncut Blu-ray. And, like, there's a scene towards the end where there's, like, 4 minutes cut out. It's fucking crazy.
That's insane.
Dude,
that's a lot of movie.
Man, My Bloody Valentine is one of the most heavily cut slasher films of all time. Like, every kill in that film was cut out. Yeah. It's so crazy, but the quality, my point is, the quality is the exact same as, like, Silent Night, Deadly Night. Mm-hmm. You know, it dips into that, right? But you really notice, and you're going, holy fuck, this movie, like, how did people even like this? The film is so different with all the kills, but the cut version of Silent Night, Deadly Night, wow.
I didn't even know there was a cut version. I mean, I know there's a cut version, but, like, I didn't know you
there's not very much going on in that movie without that when it's not cut.
It was fucking...
Oh, what? My Bloody Valentine?
No, in Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Oh, yeah,
They cut out the kills completely in that one, pretty much, too.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Linnea Quigley death is definitely heavily cut.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which, honestly, is, like, a great death. Like, one of the best ever, in my opinion. Like, I love that whole scene. And, you know, what's funny is, I remember reading this somewhere, or seeing it in a documentary or something that I was watching, but when Linnea is standing there and that axe hits the wall, that's like a real axe that smashes in the wall right there, which I thought was pretty impressive. She's a sport, man. She's
my
willing to
fucking
get in
dude.
there.
I don't know what it is with this series and having the cheapest fucking doors, but when he breaks through the fucking door, I started laughing.
In part three, it's so funny.
I laugh every time. Exactly. I laugh every time because it's like that really shitty, like thin particle board doors. And it's like, who the fuck has that on the front of their house? What the fuck? You might as well just put a sheet up there. Put a comforter as your fucking door. It's like so ridiculous, man. But it is what it is. It's just me making jokes. But yeah, the great scene. But I always thought that Billy had like the craziest naughty radar. You know, he's always in a place where shit's going down.
Well, I think what they're saying is like there's always shit going down. The whole world's
True that. But yeah, this one does have good kills. I really enjoy, you know, the fucking sledding kill too. That one always makes me laugh,
I know
too.
that we've talked about that before on the show.
He just pops out of nowhere, dude.
Yeah,
so fucking funny.
Up with the head.
These two dicks totally beat up these kids and take their sleds and then fucking lobs his head up. It makes me laugh.
He's like down at the end of the hill and it's just like.
You know something that this film does that the whole rest of the series doesn't do?
Has balls.
Feels like Christmas. Like
I know.
lot.
And it's funny that because I actually have that note in too. This one is a true bona fide Christmas film.
Yeah,
like it really
the
does.
next one to feel like that is part 5. It's like the end of the series.
Well, most of the other films take place like I think in part 5. I think part 4 takes place in California, so there's no snow on the ground, so there's really no Christmas feel at all, and stuff like that. So like this one actually has snow, you know, Christmas music. Santa Claus, you know, all the elements of a true Christmas horror film. But yeah,
I mean, well, this is the best, in my opinion, that I've seen killer Santa Claus film. Tales from the Crypt is really good.
Tales from the Crypt
episode.
First
but,
episode.
I mean, this shit is just I love this film. It's one of my favorite It's easily becoming one of my favorite slashers of all time. And I just love the vibe. I love the story. I really do like Billy's arc in this film. It really kind of all fits together and makes sense. I love how it's told in segments too. Early on, you get to see like his childhood. What's up with that 80s montage though?
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
That's like the cheesiest part of the whole film.
That is super fucking cheesy. The fucking music too. Oh my god! And actually, this movie has a pretty decent score too. Like it's got like kind of an offbeat, kind of eerie holiday. I don't know, man. The score is kind of cool. I like it. It's interesting. You know, I honestly think that like one of the main reasons why Billy like kind of snaps when he's in the orphanage and stuff. It's not because Mother Superior is a raging bitch. And he's all fucked up because of that, and she treats him like shit and stuff. I think it's because Billy looked in a mirror and then realized he's like, I'm a fucking ginger kid. I don't have any soul anyways. So when I grow up, I'm gonna kill people. I don't know, man. I always thought it was funny that he's just.
You know what I liked, man? When he was working in the department store and you could see like all the different like toys like sitting around and stuff, like I like that stuff, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love it. It feels so nostalgic when he's like in the toy store and you can like see all this shit on the shelves.
Yeah.
Oh man,
why are you laughing, Moodz?
I have to say I think my favorite part, well, it's up there with the grandpa part, but is when Billy fucking knocks out Santa Claus. I seriously rewind that part because if you watch Billy, he throws the best left hook I've ever seen on like a 10-year-old kid. Like his form is fantastic, man. It's great.
Only you would notice that. You're like, look at this kid's punch. How awesome is it?
It's fucking great, man. He like jumps off Santa's knee, he fucking turns around and he just wallops him, but it's like a perfect left hook, man. It's fucking amazing. And I just love Santa's reaction. He gets up and he's, what's with that kid? And Billy's like getting restrained. And I'm just like, damn, that was a wicked left. Like it's fucking amazing. So good.
You know what? Going back to like the history of the film, there was actually one person who wrote an angry letter about this film, and it was Mickey Rooney.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk more about that later. But his letter, actually, I do have
it's kind of ironic, isn't it?
And he said, "How dare they!" Exclamation point. I'm all for the First Amendment, but don't give me Santa Claus with a gun going to kill somebody. The scum who made this movie should be run out of town.
So let's just make a robot to do it.
So
yeah, more on that later.
His career must have been in shambles at that point.
Yeah, so Silent Night, Deadly Night, man. This is just one of those gems just from the era that, like, it's almost like gonna be a yearly tradition for me where I'm gonna pop this one in like every Christmas because I genuinely enjoy it. Has a lot of fun kills. Like I love Linnea's death.
Kill, man.
Yeah, Linnea's death is awesome, and it's just pretty creative with that type of stuff. I love that in the early stuff. I don't feel like it'll ever get boring to me. Like all the early stuff, character development and stuff. Like I think there's stuff to enjoy there all throughout.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I find that this movie really does it pushes it too with with the exploitive Santa Claus stuff and just being kind of devastating to people, especially with the end of the film with the the fucking priest.
Yeah.
Or actually, I guess I think they say he's a priest, and I think in part 2 they say he's the janitor. There's always continuity issues in these things, but I think in the first one they call it the priest, but in the second one they call him the janitor. But anyways, the Santa Claus that is supposed to be Billy that gets gunned down, it's like in front of the kids. I think that part's just.
And then they look at him, and then they're like, "Yeah, that part's funny."
It's crazy, man, because they fucking not only you have a killer Santa Claus, you got another one getting gunned down, one getting knocked out with the greatest left hook ever by a 10-year-old. There's a lot of fucking interesting Santa Claus shit going on, but I always like that part because they did it right in front of the kids. They just fucking take out the Santa Claus, and it's like, wow, it's pretty harsh. So,
but what think something is harsh?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it makes sense to the story, but I mean, kind of. I mean, you don't really have to do that, but what about the very end of the film? What do you guys think of the very end of the film? With Billy and his younger brother and stuff, like
now is that for sure his younger brother? I was a bit confused. I was trying to like listen for names and stuff.
They do, because I think even Mother Superior maybe she doesn't say his name. No, I think she does say his name actually. She says, Ricky, don't open the door or whatever. I think at the part when he opens the door.
No. She says a different name to that kid. That's a different kid than the one that
okay, so there is another time. There is a point in the film when Ricky's name is said.
Yeah, I think it's the beginning of the film.
Yeah,
I couldn't remember what that kid looked like by the end.
Exactly. Okay. But yeah, so there is. They did say the right name, but I don't know, man. I always kind of thought like the ending was super cheesy, but at the same time, it does make sense if they want to, continue the franchise.
But I'm not sure if they ever had an intention to directly do that. I mean, they might have had like an idea, but I don't think they had like
5 films,
like already.
Well, they obviously didn't have too great of an idea for a sequel. If they had that in mind.
We'll actually talk about that because that's not as like simple of a situation as you might think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I don't know. Silent Night, Deadly Night, man. It's one of those stick out films from the early '80s, or almost from the mid '80s, I guess.
Yeah,
84 was a good year for releases in horror too, and Silent Night, Deadly Night really sticks out. So,
the way I look at it, though, man, is there's the pre-Freddy slashers, which is like your first run, and then there's kind of like the second wave is post-Freddy, and I think this is probably the last film before the post-Freddy wave.
What do you think the first film is?
Freddy. Nightmare on Elm Street.
You said post-Freddy.
I mean, well, the first one after that, it's probably like a Friday the 13th sequel or something. But I'm just saying, like, the feeling of the films that came before Elm Street that were slashers and the ones that came after Elm Street, I think there's definitely a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, for lots of different reasons, obviously, because I think people were trying to get away from doing what the previous like 5 or 6 years had done, and with the incorporation of the Freddy thing, it was going in a different direction. So it does make sense that the slashers changed because you had to kind of keep up with the times a little bit when you have such a great idea like the Freddy story and stuff. I mean, you got to try something new. You can't have those generic slashers.
Which was way more complex than like Slaughter High or something,
Exactly. I mean, you still did see those really generic slashers, you know, the bully that turned out to, you know, come back and fucking kill people. I mean, those existed.
Like every slasher.
You know, I mean, there is a lot of unique ones, but you know, but there was still, of course, ones that were, you know, later in the later 80s that were pretty generic, but still entertaining. Slaughter High I love, even though it is like super generic and there's a lot of odd shit that happens in that film, but I don't know where we're going with this. So
yeah, I mean, there's not, I wasn't really going anywhere specifically with it. I was just kind of you know, touching on that briefly. Ratings, Jeremy?
Give Silent Night, Deadly Night 8 out of 10.
I give it 8.5 out of 10.
I'm gonna go with I'm gonna stick to my rating last year. I think it was pretty fair, which is an 8 out of 10. So Moodz 8.5, Jeremy 8, and me also 8.
I'm really surprised yours didn't change. Interesting.
Oh, that's going to be the highest ranked film of the series.
And then into Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2 from 1987. Oh, man.
He's back. It's the terrorizing sequel to the film that shocked a nation by breaking all the rules. It's Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 2. Santa's back, and he's mighty miffed at the naughty nun who drove his demented brother on a murderous rampage that made headlines across the country. Now, step by step, weapon by weapon, victim by victim, Santa's gonna finish what his brother started. So you better watch out. You better not pout, because Santa Claus is coming to your town, and he knows who's been naughty and who's been nice. Hold on tight for the sequel that'll chill you through your very soul. Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 2.
Do we have a synopsis for this one?
Silent Night, Deadly Night 1. There's the synopsis.
So Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2 follows Ricky, who is the brother of the mass murderer in Part 1, Billy, and he is now locked up in a mental hospital. So there is a doctor who comes in, asks him some questions, trying to figure him out, see if he can ever be released. Ricky starts telling stories, which is kind of incorporated in flashbacks of the original film. Eventually, Ricky kind of then goes into his own stories, which are also flashbacks. And then we're in present time, and Ricky escapes and goes on a killing spree. So that is our story for Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 2.
Oy vey. Like, yeah, I just want to watch Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 1 all over again.
Well, that's the thing, man. The first 40 minutes of this film are literally just, you know...
First film.
Yeah, all the highlights of the first film.
Yeah, so the thing is... it's lucky that the first film is a very strong film, because if it wasn't, it would be 10 times worse. Like, I don't mind watching the first film again, but at the same time, what a fucking awful thing to do.
Yeah, I mean...
They just couldn't come up with enough material to make a full film.
No, I'll actually go into the history of that a little bit, because I did hear a podcast between last year and this year where the director or the writer of Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2 was being interviewed. If I could remember the name of that podcast, I'll link it down below. But basically what he said was one company, whoever put out the first Silent Night, Deadly Night, I don't really know who it is, was sold the rights to Vestron or somebody else. And what happened was they were trying to re-release Silent Night, Deadly Night 1 in the video store or whatever, but they wanted the editor of that film to recut the film and make it into a different film. And he's like, well, I can't do that. It's not going to work. You can't do that. It just doesn't work that way. But the editor said, you know what, if you would just give me, say, this amount of money, I can go and shoot a couple scenes, and we can make, and then we could fill it in with some flashback scenes. And I think there's a way to make it all work together, and, you know, and then I can just direct it. And they were like, okay, let's do that. So that's what they did. So that was the idea behind it. So technically, we could have got an even worse film.
I don't know how that's possible.
Well, if they would have just edited the first film and like switched scenes around, it is possible.
Just to have like an entire, just flashbacks of the first film the entire time.
Well, no, he was saying was he wanted them to re-edit the first film. No new scenes. Just re-edit and change things around and make it tell a different story. That's what they wanted. That's what the producers wanted the editor to do.
What were they smoking?
So I don't think the producers ever seen the first film. Like, how the fuck do you do that?
But so after hearing that and seeing how he fit this film together out of nowhere, like, I'm actually kind of impressed because he pretty much created a story out of flashbacks in a couple, 10 days of shooting. And
you had one of the most iconic scenes in horror history.
But I mean, really, let's not give this guy a gold medal right now because I mean, really, even what he did create isn't. I mean, honestly, I could have wrote that in 5 minutes myself. It's really not hard. I mean,
wrote Garbage Day.
Generally, this is what you would have to do with what they had with the flashbacks and stuff. But
I mean, he got pretty lucky that the original script contained a brother. For one, the brother didn't die. For two, we actually see the brother at the end of the film. 3, like he got really lucky on that. But I mean, I think that the editing in this film actually is pretty seamless. Like it doesn't feel like forced at all. Like I'm like, if I never seen Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 1, like I would be like, wow, like this feels like one film. It doesn't feel like 2 films mashed together.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, but it's hard to take that spot in reality when you have seen the first one.
Yeah,
and then you're watching this one right after. It's just it's hard to absorb as a great film.
Whoever said this is a great film?
Yeah,
who has ever spoken those words?
I said or a good film or a shitty film.
Who has said Silent Night, Deadly Night 2 is a great film? Who said that?
I've heard people say that.
I've heard people say that they prefer Part 2 over 1, which I think is more of a just trying to be controversial. I think, but
yeah, it's like when someone says Elm Street. Which one was it? Oh, Halloween 6 is the best in the series. I've heard that come out of people's mouth.
Okay, so in the beginning of the film, when Ricky's talking to the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist is asking him questions and stuff about, obviously Ricky being all fucked up and stuff, and then Ricky proceeds with telling the story about what happened that night. I lose it every time.
His acting is like so serious. He has like the most serious face on it.
It's not even about the acting. It's about the fact that Ricky was a fucking infant. He's telling the story.
But he does say...
I know what he says.
He says, Billy told me this story many a nights. Or whatever.
I know. But even the psychiatrist is like, well, how do you know this? And he's like, well, I was there. Yeah. There's a point when he does say that, and I lose it every time. I'm like, totally.
His acting.
You would remember that shit. Fuck, his acting.
It's so serious. It's
so over the top, though. It's so every scene is over the top, and it's really actually kind of entertaining and comical to watch.
Oh yeah, I love
it because I think that he's doing it purposely because it's just I don't know. You knew the script is ridiculous.
Vision in his head of how he wanted to play this character, and he was really serious about it, and he kind of probably saw something that they didn't see, maybe more of a comedic tone or something like that, but I feel like he never really quite nailed it, but he was very close to doing this weird thing that he had in his head that he wanted to do for this character, but I just feel like since he never nailed that thing that he wanted to do, it just comes off a little weird.
Didn't you hear, JP, that someone said like his acting's like
I believe
fantastic.
I believe it was AJ Bowen who said that the stuff that this guy is doing is actually really, really impressive, and a lot of people just don't get it because the amount of like facial expressions that he's doing in like 0.5 seconds is like hard to do for an actor or something like that. But yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, the main problem with this film is, of course, that it's 40 not minutes. A full film. Yeah. So right away, if it's a half a film, you automatically start out not that good, right?
Yeah.
So
then it gets worse.
There's moments in this film, though, that I find extremely entertaining. I actually like this film better this time watching it than I did last time, and I'll tell you right now, the worst thing to ever do is to watch Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 1 and then watch Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2. If you watch Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2 maybe 6 months later or something, you'll enjoy it a lot more.
I mean, Garbage Day.
That scene is great.
Enough. Yeah.
I don't know, they captured something extremely funny right there. I don't know why.
It's like a cult classic status.
I don't know, man. The Garbage Day, the scene, it's funny when he's, obviously he just calls out what the guy's doing. He's taking out his garbage. But I think it's right before Garbage Day when he's walking down the street and he shoots this dude and he's like, all right, and then he just mutters, he's like, motherfucker. I find that funnier, man. That's the way he says it. It's like so fucking awesome. Motherfucker.
Yeah, dude.
And that's all he says. It's one word, and then it cuts from him.
He's crazy as shit. I think he's playing crazy pretty good.
But he has so many cheesy one-liners in this film.
They're all one-liners.
Just when he's like staring and he's really fucking pissed off, and he's like, I'm really mad now. I just love the execution. Is like, yeah, dude, we can tell in your face, man, you're fucking pissed.
I thought that this was a little artistic, and I don't know if you guys caught this, but
you say artistic in Silent Night, Deadly Night 2?
Yes, check this out.
How's that possible? I'm going to go to film school and be like,
this is a little bit of a flair. This is something that I don't know if you guys caught, but right when this comes from, you can tell that the director of this film was an editor, because there's a scene where right after the flashbacks stop and his story begins, he switches the tapes in the recorder on the table. He switches the reels, and I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's a good note right there. That's cool.
Yeah, so I mean that's something, right?
Mm-hmm. One thing that really bugged me about this movie, man, is the awful casting in the different ages of Ricky. Within the story and stuff. Yeah. It was awful, man.
Well, there's not many good child actors besides the one in
No, but they just look so mismatched in the ages. It just didn't... Fuck. This kid looked so much older.
That kid in Part 5. Fucking hell.
Oh, God. It was horrible casting. It was just... it was really annoying me. Every time I watch this film, it just bugs me.
What do you guys think about the look of Ricky, though, man? By the Eric Freeman.
We talked about it a lot. It's just
funny.
I
think the casting is actually pretty funny because he's very kind of similar to what his brother's character was in the first one. He's really huge and built,
and then you get
and
to Part 3,
he's
and
kind
it's
of a
just
monster.
hilarious. Part 3.
Listen, I guess this guy, after he did a couple more little things here there, he was actually in Children of the Corn, which is weird. He was uncredited.
What other movies have you ever been in?
Nothing. He just did a couple TV. He did a few TV shows, 1 episodes for the next couple years, and then he disappeared. Nobody could find him. People who have been doing conventions and stuff like that have been trying to reach out and find this guy forever, and nobody could really find him. I think there was a breakthrough. There was a big website dedicated to finding this guy. And I believe they did have some sort of breakthrough over the past year or so. But I just find it hilarious that...
Let's hire a public private investigator. We could find him.
Yeah. Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2 is just this weird film that is never should have been made. Nope. But it actually came out April 10th, which is my birthday of 1987. Happy birthday to me, I guess.
And a shitty sequel.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's not much redeemable quality about this film. If you cut out the first 40 minutes and just watch the second part, I mean, it is entertaining. It's I think this is why these things entertain me. And it's because I feel like everybody was trying to make a serious film, and it totally backfired and comes off super cheesy. And that's what I love when they're not aware. When they're self-aware, I don't like it. I like when they're not aware.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know, man. There's one scene in this film where it just seems like he just wants to get the scene over with. It's like Ricky's in a phone booth and he just killed somebody. I think the kill was off screen. They kind of show the body.
They pan down and there's a body there.
Yeah, but as Ricky's walking out of the phone booth, his laugh is so fake. It's fucking funny. It's like, hey man, I just want to get this fucking scene over with. He's just like, ha 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 ha. He does this like kind of over the top, really bad cheesy laugh, and it fucking kills me every time. Like I don't know if it just came out really bad or if he intended for that to be shitty, but
man, I
it's
get to see
fucking
Moodz
funny.
sitting there on the couch watching this movie and just pissing his pants laughing.
Dude, I laugh
out loud so many times in this film too, man. Like the part when he fucking when he who the fuck did they? Someone says you're being naughty, and he's like naughty this. Like, oh my god! Of course he's gonna say that. His character.
How about
would totally
that
say
Chip guy, man? Oh my god.
Dude, Chip's blonde, shitty hair dye. Seriously, he might even be the worst fucking hair job I've ever seen in a film. It's fucking so bad, man. It's so bad. I just want to punch that guy in the face.
I'm actually a fan of this film, man. I'm serious. Like, I
have the
had
laser
so
disc.
much fun with it. It's like the first 40 minutes or whatever, yeah, it's the same damn film, but at least there's some narrating that's like funny. He's like, well, what happened that night? And I'm like, every time he says something, his eyebrows move like 100 million times. It's great.
I love
it's so
like,
funny because they don't know how bad they are.
I love like the cheap little shit that they put in here, and like when Ricky's at the orphanage there. If you look at the fucking address, the address on the orphanage is 666.
Yeah.
I'm like, of course it is, right?
Yeah.
It's the devil's home, right? Fuck. I thought that was a pretty funny touch, actually. Yeah, because, Mother Superior. Okay, one thing.
He's like,
okay, do I miss this over and over again, or is it like a different Mother Superior? Like, what the fuck is with her face?
I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
Dude, honestly. Like every time I watch this and I see her face, I'm like, oh, like, am I missing something? But I'm like,
the only thing that I could think of, and I always do this stuff to kind of justify things when I watch films, is they, knowing the backstory of the film, knowing that they spent 10 days to shoot extra scenes, maybe in the script something happened to her face and they just never got time to do it. So, like, because you know how you don't film scenes in order, obviously. So,
totally.
Maybe they filmed those scenes and they're like, well, shit, they're already in the film with the makeup on. Like, we don't have time to fuck up her face, so I guess we just don't have time to do this.
If that's a true story, that just makes this film even funnier.
I know, right?
that they totally kept it in there with her fucked up face, and there's no explanation why it looks like she was a fucking burn victim.
Yeah.
It's like, oh god.
It's like they were on set and they're like, we need somebody to play Mother Superior. You from this other movie, you're perfect. Here, get in this nun suit. And, she's burned from she was in another movie and she never took off her makeup, but they used her anyway.
Yeah.
How about that scene when the doctor is just like, he looks over and like Billy's gone from the seat and then he just pops from the side of the frame. His face pops in.
I know that's where this movie's so fucking comical and goofy, man. It's like, come on, man.
I love that stuff, dude. This shit is so funny to me, man. I had a lot more fun this time watching it than I did last time. It is an awful movie. It's a bad movie, but there's definitely some entertainment value here.
Okay, now, not only do they show nonstop clips of the first film in the first 40 minutes, but the movie that they're watching at the theater is Silent Night Deadly Night.
Yeah, but they do that in every movie. In part 4, they're watching part 3.
No, I know, and that's the funny thing. They always throw in a reason just to show clips from the previous film.
Dude, when I seen a clip from part 1 and part 3, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Because I had never seen part 3 before, so I was like, if they're doing this bullshit again, I swear to God, I'm walking out. And I was like, and then I remember thinking, like, I'm walking out. And then I was like, in my head, I'm like, why did I just say that? Where am I going to walk to? I'm just walking out.
Dude, how about the fucking guy, the annoying fucking dude at the theater in part 2?
Oh my God.
Dude, that guy's character is so over the top ridiculous. Like, I like how he keeps throwing popcorn at his buddy, and his buddy doesn't say a fucking word.
Chilling. He's just all stoned up, just chilling.
It's so fucking funny, man. This movie is super comical, but
Wait,
man.
We just got breaking news. there actually is a website called findingfreeman.com. And
thanks for the credit.
To finding this guy. Maybe, Jeremy, you related to him?
No. Yeah.
You sure?
Because, there's not more than one fucking Freeman.
You know he's from Chicago, right?
Oh, really?
No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
Yeah, Jeremy doesn't want to admit it, but he's actually his uncle.
Yeah, he's my uncle.
Oh, that would be awesome. He's from North Carolina.
Yeah. All right, so any last thoughts on Silent Night, Deadly Night 2?
No. I don't really have anything else to say besides my rating.
Yeah, I'm pretty much at the same level there. Who wants to give the rating?
I guess I'll go first.
I think this is an interesting one to rate.
I already rated it before. I'm going to keep with my rating.
Yeah, I believe my last rating
3.5.
3.5. And I'm going to bump my rating up to a 4 this year. I think that the entertainment value on the new content, not the old stuff, actually is very hilarious. And entertainment value, that's what it is. But I will say that totally lost where I was going here because something just popped up on my screen.
Something about the Steelers, I think.
No. Oh yeah, what I was gonna say was it's a half a film. You can't give it too high of a score simply for that reason. Even if that second half was, amazing, it's still only half a film, so I feel like you automatically got to take off half your score. Unless you was watching it as a short film, but then there shouldn't be that much content in between. So yeah, 4 out of 10.
4 out of 10. I didn't rate this one before, did I?
No.
Yeah, I actually give it a 4 out of 10 too. Yep. Just basically for the simple fact that this film is pretty comical. It is entertaining. By no means it's a decent film or anything, but it's still entertaining enough to give it almost a passable score in my opinion. So yeah, so moving on to Silent Night.
Thanks, you fucking asshole.
You said you was keeping your rating at 4 out of 10.
You didn't let me. No. You didn't let me say.
Say what?
I give it a 4 out of 10. Okay, now you can go.
I thought you said that you gave it a 3.5.
No, I said I gave it a 3.5 last year.
Gave it a 3.5
Jeremy gave it a 4 last year. He said he was staying. I said I was going up a half a point.
All right. Okay, so moving along to Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 3 from 1989. This one came a couple years after, which is surprising.
Enter a world of dreams.
Laura, tell me what you saw in your dream.
I told you, Dr. Newberry. Santa Claus.
A world of silence.
Subject may be making contact.
I don't want to see the future or the past. I just want to be normal.
A world of madness.
No one is normal.
A world that can't be ignored.
She likes it, loves it. She can't resist it. She wants to penetrate his mind, see what he sees.
He was a little boy, and then something happened. Something terrible.
Because when the dream is over,
I don't know what's going on here, but whatever it is,
the nightmare begins. The Yuletide terror returns.
His brain was surgically reconstructed.
If you don't mind my saying, I'd have pulled his plug.
Then his life was of value.
With the saga that shocked a nation. Robert Culp, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 3. Better watch out.
Directed by Monty Hellman, who actually directed Two-Lane Blacktop, which is interesting because that film is really, really fucking awesome. I actually read a quote from him one time saying that that he thought this was like his best work.
Silent Night, Deadly Night 3
was actually some of his best, like maybe not, he said not his best film, but some of his best work. And I thought that was interesting that he said that, considering Two-Lane Blacktop is like, such a great film.
That is a fantastic film.
And I'm like, okay. And so I don't know what he was on when he said that quote, because man, I don't know.
Let me just make a fact right off the bat. That fucking, oh, sorry, JP, you should probably give the synopsis first.
Okay, so we follow a young woman who is blind. She is in a scientist lab hospital thing where she's like going under tests. She has some sort of psychic connection with the now catatonic, comatose Ricky Caldwell from the second film, who was the serial killer, and they have some kind of psychic link, and he also has like a glass bowl for where his brain is.
And it looks, that's what I was going to say, his brain looks like they just went into like party outlet to a costume shop and be like, this brain looks awful. The best. Let's just take some super glue and stick it to this guy's head.
Now we have Bill Moseley playing Ricky.
Yeah.
Bill. So, okay. So you got Bill Moseley in the film, you know. Okay, my first fucking problem with this movie is the terrible notion of what happened to Ricky at the end of the first film and what they say happened in this. Okay. Now, at the end of the second film, Ricky gets shot maybe, 3 times? And he drops. The continuity is so fucking poor in this. Basically, what they say happened, it even comes from the doctor or whoever says, they say that he gets shot 12 times and gets half his head blown off at the end of the first film. So, did these guys watch the end of the second film? Because that's pretty fucking terrible. You know, you're trying to have some kind of continuity between these films and stuff, but then you go ahead and you say that he got shot 12 times, which he obviously didn't, and half his head got blown off?
Yeah, how would you have your head get blown off with the way he got shot?
I understand that, you know, this is how they try to incorporate and make their storyline, but at the same time, that shit never happened in part 2.
Why couldn't they have just said, like...
Who the fuck are they kidding here? Like, I'm watching the film going, this is absolute terrible filmmaking. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It is awful. Like, you can't even sell the film right there. Like, we know what happened in the end of part 2.
The acting's pretty fucking terrible, too, right off the bat.
You know, so right off the bat, man, you got this crazy-ass doctor that's, you know, kept Ricky alive because he's doing experimental ESP.
He still feels emotions.
Yeah, and he's got this test subject by the name of Laura who's blind, and, you know, they've got some kind of weird... They find out after that they've got some weird connection and stuff. One of the fucking things that cracked me up about this film is the simple fact that Chop Top has half his head fucking missing. He's got a chop top, man. I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Wait, what came out first? This came out first. No. Chainsaw 2 came out first.
Chainsaw 2 came first, but I was laughing so hard. I'm like, Chop Top has half his head missing.
You know what, man? As awesome as Bill Moseley is, and as much as we love him, I'm gonna come flat out and say this. Like, Bill Moseley has some awful performances. I thought he was awful in Chainsaw 3D, and I think he's pretty awful in this.
He doesn't do anything. All he says is Laura.
He literally says only a couple lines throughout the whole film, but even his emotion, like his facial expressions in this, are pretty bad.
Yeah.
Like, it's not believable at all. And actually, the way he walks and stuff is pretty shitty, too.
I was like, is this a goddamn zombie film?
Yeah. I know, exactly, right? And what I really fucking hated about this film was the fact that they kind of, like, inhumanized fucking Ricky at the end. Like, he's getting shot with shotguns, he's coming back to life. I'm like, what the fuck? Is it a fucking zombie film or what? Like,
I was so surprised that there was continuity in this film.
Well, they tried to have continuity.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there was, like, I didn't even expect it to be, like, a sequel. Like, I expected it to be like a name-only sequel.
I just want to know that Laura's brother probably has the hairiest chest I've ever seen in my life. When he's in the bathtub.
Oh, yeah. That guy's got wicked hair, man.
I know, man. I was like,
but of course, in this
he has a lot of hair on his chest.
Oh, totally, man. And of course, in this fucking movie, they show clips from part 1 again.
Yep.
You know, go figure. They have a reason to, you know, kind of exploit the first one again. They're like, oh, we got to show some clips from part 1. That'll make the fucking film not a... I mean, okay. The irony of this film is that, you know, Ricky is comatose.
Yeah.
This film itself puts you in a coma when you watch it.
Yeah, I was more interested looking at the Jeep Cherokee that fucking Laura's brothers drive, because that's the same car I drive.
Yeah, this movie is a complete fucking bore fest. It is
pretty goddamn boring, to be honest. You know what, though, man? I was in there at first. Like, I was okay with it for the first maybe 15, 20 minutes, I was like, all right, there's some like weird shit.
But nothing's going on.
She's
All they're
having
doing
some
is
weird dreams and stuff. Like, okay, I'm down. And I just feel like after that, it was like a blur because it was just like.
It's just boring dialogue, oh, Laura hates her brother's girlfriend, blah blah blah. She's a bitch, all this kind of shit. Oh, what about where's grandma?
I mean, you didn't see that. You didn't think that like belt joke was funny, where she's like, "How does a peewee get off or something?" She starts jerking off the belt thing.
It's like, oh,
that's not going to save this fucking board
fest. Oh, let's go check on grandma. So they go check on grandma. Oh, let's go. I'm hungry. It's like all this useless
grandma
shit that doesn't
always
matter.
keeps her
This movie has a ton of filler. Like basically the whole middle of this film feels like you have the beginning where they kind of give you the snot or like, you know, what's going on. And the whole middle of the film has so many scenes that don't matter. And that's the other point I was going to make. That while this shit's going on with Laura and her brother and the girlfriend that she doesn't like and stuff, all this shit is filler. There's nothing that's building the story at all. I mean, they never really exploit the doctor and all this shit. But at the same time, you know, Chop Top, aka Ricky, is fucking out. He's escaped, but he disappears from the film for a long time. Yeah. They don't start going back to that character, and you kind of forget about it, and all of a sudden he shows up, and then he's like inhuman by the end, and it's like, this is a really fucking terrible film.
It's bunch
awful.
of bullshit is what it is.
This
like
movie
everything,
is
every decision that they make, you're just like, this is bullshit.
There's only really
like your hair, your brain head, bullshit. Looks like bullshit. You know, the blind psychic connection thing, bullshit.
Which they really don't even explore to the point where it's like, you know, kind of makes sense and stuff.
All these really characters, bullshit.
They don't give you a lot, man. They don't give you a lot. Hey, all of a sudden, Laura has this connection to Ricky somehow. It's in the family. It's like, what?
There is one good character, and that's the truck driver. He's like the only like semi-likable character in the whole, and the cop, I guess. The cop's up.
And the truck driver lasts, what, 3 seconds in the film? Yeah,
about 3 seconds.
Fuck. I just love the fact that, like, you know, Ricky's been comatose for how long?
But he could kill the truck driver.
Does this one
not only kill the truck driver, but have the senses to take his clothes?
Yeah. Does this one have a Christmas feel at all?
No, but they just say it's Christmas.
Not at all. This one actually doesn't have snow at all or anything. Like, there's really no lights. There's no music. There's nothing. It does not have a Christmas feel at all, in my opinion. So, and the fucking shitty thing about this film, it has like no atmosphere to it. It feels so bland and kind of dry throughout the whole film. And that's due to the fact that the middle part of the film has no development in the story at all. So you feel like you have a beginning, a middle, and an end, which
and then you were talking about
do, but it's like very choppy and editing shitty in this film too. I don't know, man. It feels like it's cut at times. I think like all the kills in this film are off fucking screen. You know,
and then when you're like, oh yeah, the doors, like this has like the funniest door. When fucking Ricky bursts through the door, it's like he like breaks it in half. And
doesn't it feel like absolutely not Ricky at all?
It's just so funny.
It totally doesn't feel like Ricky, man. Like I totally agree with that.
I wish they would have got like Jeremy's cousin to come back again.
Oh, thanks. Is he going to be my cousin now?
Yep.
But what the fuck, man? What is with the kills in this film? They have all the kills off screen.
There's not even that many kills.
With the exception of like 1 or 2 like towards the end, but like it's just poor.
Yeah, there's not even that many kills.
How do you make a worse film than Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2?
I actually don't know, but this one is a fucking... I dread people that like, oh, I should probably check out Silent Night, Deadly Night 3.
It's probably the worst in the series.
Better watch out. Did you know this film had an alternate title of Blind Terror?
Oh my god. Of course, right? Makes sense.
Yeah.
But you better watch out as a bad subtitle for Silent Night, Deadly Night 3, man. It's like... really? There's no Christmas.
You know what really bugs me about buying these films on DVD is like all the covers are the same. Like you can't tell them apart. It annoys me so much.
Yeah.
I actually watched part 3 on Laserdisc.
I need to actually look up the original cover art to this film just so I can get it.
I could send it to you. I have it on.
It's actually pretty shitty.
Yeah, I have it on cover art,
it's pretty shitty. It's just like which totally makes sense to the film because it's awful.
It's just like Laura's face.
Yeah, it is.
Is there anything redeemable about this film? Like I really don't like to bash a film completely and not have anything nice to say about it and stuff. But I find this film right here is a complete shit. It's a complete mess.
It sounds like we have.
There was a funny scene with boobs. and they were like in the tub together. They
Yeah.
were like, there was some boobs and there was a guy's legs, and they were like just like squished into it. And it looked.
He was hairy as fuck, man.
Yeah, I laughed at that scene.
Uh-oh. It looks like we have a new inductee to the Hall of Pain.
I don't think this will make the Hall of Pain.
You got to get that Hall of Pain up, man.
Yeah,
this is.
I don't think there's a film that qualifies yet.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
Didn't we agree the Hall of Pain if all 3 films don't add up to 10, it goes in the Hall of Fame.
It should be 3. If it's the opposite of Hall of Fame,
No, it should be.
then it should be 3.
No, 4.
What do you mean 4?
It has to It has to add up to 4 from all the hosts.
It has to add up to 4.
We'll have to discuss
4 total.
The appropriate.
4 total?
Yeah.
I think well, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if you look at the opposite, right? It's 28 to make it into the Hall of Fame. So shouldn't it be like a combined rating of like 2?
No, I was thinking like as a full film, if it doesn't even make the rating of like, a 10, from 3 reviewers.
We'll have
that would be like Hall of Fame because that's real shit.
I'll have to look back and see like what our lowest is and stuff like. We'll talk it out. We'll figure it out.
I think Entity is our lowest rated film actually.
That's definitely the Hall of Pain.
But this one I can't see getting any decent. Oh God, I honestly don't even know how to rate this film because there's really nothing I like about it except for the brother's hair.
I like the truck.
I have to say honestly, that guy's hair that is the most 80s / early 90s hair I've ever seen in my life.
I like the truck driver too.
Yeah, but that's pretty sad when he was only in the film for like 4 seconds.
And the Cherokee and the Jeep Cherokee.
Like I mean, I thought there was like there's obviously some things, right? I mean, like the when the girl walks out and the front desk lady is she's like being a bitch to her. She's like blind. It's like she's blind, dude. What are you doing?
That lady reminds me of the mom from fucking Detroit Rock City.
I mean, there's like obviously this is a terrible film.
Yeah,
but it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. It's watchable barely.
Better than Beneath the Mississippi.
Actually, no, there is one funny. You just reminded me that there is one funny scene that I thought. So after Laura has her big fucking freak out in the hospital and her brother finds her in there right after the receptionist was being a bitch to her. Yeah. So as she's exiting the hospital, the bitch receptionist says, "Have a Merry Christmas," and she's like, "You're not gonna." Yeah.
I got like a flashback to like
I thought that was
Silent
kind of
Night, Deadly Night 2 guy, where he's just like, "You're not gonna." It just reminded me of something he would say. So yeah, I mean, I don't have much more to say about this one. I'm okay to go into ratings if you guys are.
Yeah, I don't really know what else to say about it. It's just it's a bad film.
Oh, but now we get to talk about part 4, man.
Okay, so I rate Silent Night, Deadly Night 3, Better Watch Out, from the year 1989. It is a 3 out of 10.
Ooh.
Wow, interesting. I rated it a 2.5 out of 10.
Definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I actually gave it a 2 out of 10.
I don't even know how. Like, I can't even justify my 2.5 out of 10 because I really can't find anything that I really enjoyed. Like, this was.
Yeah, but at least it's a film, right? There's an appropriately lit film. It's an appropriately.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I'm not just going to start giving them points just for,
I guess it just depends how you rate
things. It's a fucking boring film, man. Like, honestly, I haven't watched a movie. Surprisingly, I've seen this movie like. It's got to be like the 3rd time now.
I don't even know how that's possible. That's your own fault. That's your own fault.
Well, because I remember renting this way back in the day and just being like, oh my God, this movie's bad. And then when the set came out on DVD when it finally got released, I watched it then. And then
know me. I don't hate many movies. It has to take a lot of... Just look at my ratings on the website. I don't give many low ratings. You have to be really, really bad.
Yeah, this one...
It's bad. It's Hall of Pain quality right there.
But I'm telling you, man, that continuity, that just like it just ruined the entire film for me. I'm like, seriously, Ricky did not have his head blown off, and he didn't get shot 12 fucking times. Like,
yeah,
they
but
it said,
yeah, but
it won 6 Razzies though.
But that's not a fuck up. That's just at the end of the film. Just watch it. It takes 2 seconds. He got shot 3 times.
Yeah, Moodz.
And he falls down.
Listen,
dies.
Listen. Look at Halloween 4.
Okay, I don't want to argue continuity things. I'm just saying, dude, you
I agree.
this is really, really bad.
But wait.
It's really bad.
But wait, it won 6 Razzies. So that means, just like the Pittsburgh
don't
Steelers,
even mention
it has a
Razzies,
good...
dude.
It won
I
6
hate that
awards.
shit.
It won 6 awards.
The
Pittsburgh Steelers won 6
I can't believe
championships.
there's an award show for shitty films. It's so fucking stupid.
I think award shows in general were pretty fucking stupid because they're all fake.
No, I haven't watched an award show forever. I actually refuse because they're bullshit.
Yeah. If they weren't bullshit, I would like them, but they're bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Jesus Christ. Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 3, better watch out. Awful film. I'm with you on that. I mean, honestly, there isn't much at all you could really talk about. I mean, when the positives that I gave were very, very brief. It was like a funny moment where she's like a bitch to a blind lady. There's a funny joke here or there. But overall, I mean, honestly, when I get below 2.5s, that's when it's like Beneath the Mississippi, where there's actual like technical flaws in the film, and I can't really, you can really not even call it a film at that point usually. So I mean, I guess I rate a little different than you guys. I count stuff like lighting and stuff like that as positive points when it's, you know, when it's not, I guess, above, where if it's just average, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to explain yourself, man. Everyone rates differently. I think I just for me, there's nothing redeemable. Yeah, the movie doesn't have a lot of technical problems. You know, I think the editing is a little weird in the film, but you know, besides that, you know, it is what it is, right? It's not poorly made. It's just a shitty film. The end product is shitty. You know, what it comes down to is the story, and the entertainment value is not there.
The entertainment value is at an all-time low in this series.
It is really, really bad. Like, this movie is actually, if I ever have to watch this movie again, I'll probably kill myself first.
This is one I would never watch again, to be honest.
It's fucking bad.
Yeah. But I'm saying, let's say it was like somebody else was watching it, I wouldn't be like, I'm gonna walk out the room because it was like that painful to sit through the first time. Like I'd still sit there with them. Like I'm not like it's.
I have a major high tolerance for painful films, though. Like I'll never shut off films because I'm so weird like that. If I start something, and I always have to finish it.
That too.
Yeah.
Because I've seen films before where I've popped in and I've watched the first 30, 35 minutes, 40 minutes, and it's been just an absolute dreadful experience. I'm like, oh my God, this movie fucking sucks. And then all of a sudden something happens. And the film ends up not being that bad. You're like, wow, it really kind of redeemed itself in the second half. And it's like, well, if I had shut it off, I would have never have known that. Mm-hmm. You know, so I always have that factor when I'm watching shitty films. I'm like, it might get good. You know, I guess I'm being optimistic, which is kind of interesting for me because I'm a very pessimistic person. But I have this odd optimism when I'm watching films. I'm like, because it happened to me that one time in 1994 in December. I was watching this film and it was terrible. And it turned out to be all right, and I gave it a 5.5 out of 10. It's like there is. I can't think of an example right now.
Dark Half.
The Dark Half.
Isn't that the Romero film that you said you didn't like before?
As a whole, yeah, I was never really a big fan of it. I think it's because I read the book, right? And I was one of those people. I was kind of ignorant like that. If I read a book and I watched the film, I was like, it doesn't compare. But you know, I grew up, and I was like, you know, you can't. It's hard to compare them. But yeah, I mean. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm blabbling on here. Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 4.
Oh, God.
Initiation.
A bizarre event.
This would make a great story.
For her, it was the chance of a lifetime.
I work for the LAI. I'm an investigative reporter. There's got to be some logical explanation for the burning.
But some questions...
Get away from me! Leave me alone!
...are better left unanswered.
What happened? Are you all right? The woman who jumped. She was my daughter. But now you've come to take her place.
Make your fear real. Get it out.
It's the night you've been waiting for.
Kill the man. Become a whole woman.
The night you've been screaming for.
It's the final step.
Silent Night, Deadly Night 4. Initiation.
You're one of us now.
Join the club.
The subtitle should be has nothing to do with fucking Christmas Nation.
Well, now this movie is interesting because I remember reading. I didn't do any more research on this film. I don't know if you guys did, but I vaguely remember this film coming into existence by Brian Usna. Of course, we know who Brian Usna is. I think this movie was developed as a different film originally, and basically the Silent Night, Deadly Night got tagged onto it, hence Initiation being the front title on this. I don't really know the whole story. If anybody knows out there what the full story is with this, but I'm positive this movie was not supposed to be.
It's not bad if it's not a Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Exactly.
Well, no. This film, Silent Night, Deadly Night. We're in Silent Night, Deadly Night 4 now, right?
Come on, JP, pay fucking attention.
Listen, I had to just deal with something. Okay, calm the fuck down.
I'm busting your balls, man.
Me too. Listen, so we're talking about 4 right now, right?
Yep.
Okay. Part 4 was actually part 3. How crazy is that?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Part 4 was written for part 3, and they were like, well, this script, it sucks. Let's write a different one. Let's write one with Bill Moseley with a brain thing on his head. And that's
make it actually worse.
Part 4 was actually supposed to be part 3.
I wish it was like that and never had part 3.
Which makes even less sense.
Yes.
Like,
that's why I'm saying
at least
a
part 3
documentary
has some kind of continuity.
On a documentary on this series would be like amazing. There has to be so much stuff that is just unknown.
Yeah, I wasn't sure the whole story, but I always knew there was something to do with this film. It like wasn't developed as okay. Maybe
I'd love to know. I would love to know if the same guy who did the makeup for Society did the makeup for this film, because the ending has like very similar makeup. Do you notice that, Moodz?
Yeah, I mean it's a good possibility because I know Brian Usna does work with a lot of the same people and stuff, right? So it's a good possibility. I didn't go into the specs that much on the technical aspect of it and stuff, but yeah, I know. I think the screenwriter had something to do with Society and this film, though. So I mean, maybe the effects artist had something to do with it too, but. Silent Night, Deadly Night 4. I'll just read the IMDb. A female reporter investigates the death of a woman who, on fire, leapt off a building to her death. Her investigation leads her to discover the existence of a strange cult dedicated Egyptian god Ilias, and the cult wants her as its new queen. It's actually a very interesting storyline when you read it, but then you go, how does this relate to Silent Night, Deadly Night?
I know I'm going to sound crazy, but it sounds like Lords of Salem, man.
Yeah, it's very, very similar, actually.
Yep.
I thought the same thing. I don't know, like, where do you start with this film? Because
listen, I was getting a serious Rosemary's Baby and Lords of Salem. I was like, did Rob Zombie really, like, did he see this film? I was wondering if maybe it somehow influenced him. But obviously, I was getting, like, a Rosemary's Baby vibe, too.
That's how I classify this film. I'm like, it's like Rosemary's Baby / like a witches kind of cult film mixed in with like an odd, like kind of eco fucking bug film.
Yeah,
you know, this film has so much fucking random scenes with bugs and shit. It's
Clint
just like,
Howard has to be the best character in the entire series. He's almost as good as fucking part 2. It's very close.
I think it's so fucking funny.
He's awesome.
Clint Howard in this film, like he gets introduced and stuff like that. He's like this
hobo
bum or whatever.
Yeah.
He's like, this hobo and stuff. And eventually they kind of jab at the fact that his name is Ricky.
Yep.
And that at one point in the film, he even says that he's the Santa killer when he turns on the TV and shows clips of part 3. I'm like, what the
fuck is going on? But that makes sense. If this was supposed to be part 3, that makes sense.
If that's, I mean, now that does make sense knowing that. But isn't that so random when you're watching it and you don't know? You're like, all of a sudden, this is Ricky. He's a bum. And he's like, I'm the Santa killer. And I'm like, what the fuck just happened?
But he's like retarded.
I know. It's so
because he's like weird. When he's in the bookstore, she's like, oh, don't mind him.
So maybe that was
he's supposed to be in a mental asylum or something, or I forgot what she said.
Well, maybe that's where they were going with it after part 2. Part 2, he gets shot up and he actually doesn't die. He gets all fucked up, whatever, gets out in the streets and ends up as Clint Howard's character as in part 4. So I mean that does kind of make sense, but This movie really, really infuriates me because you got Brian Usna directing the film. You got cameos by Reggie Bannister. You got a score done by Richard Band. You got Clint Howard in the film. The effects are really good and stuff. Like, I mean, what could possibly go wrong in this film?
Yeah, the same guy that did the effects, one of the same guys that did the effects on this film, also did the effects on Society, Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4, The Blob, Dead Heat, Night of the Demons.
That makes sense.
That
Tremors.
totally makes sense.
There's huge similarities between the makeup in this and Society.
Totally. And, you know, this movie right here, I don't know if you guys agree with me, but I think it does work as a film on its own.
I like it.
Yeah, totally.
You release this movie called Initiation, and what we have is basically a mashup of Rosemary's Baby and like a witch cult film.
Yeah.
That's fine. It works. Now, you tag on Silent Night, Deadly Night, I have a major problem with this because now it's really, really hard to rate as a film because this is supposed to be part of a franchise. You know, that's what it's, you know, supposed to be. I mean, what are your thoughts on this? Do you have to disconnect yourself to rate this film as and just kind of absorb what it is?
I messaged you.
So what it isn't?
I messaged
because this movie
you.
isn't what it should, like.
Yeah.
This movie has no Christmas feel whatsoever.
No.
The only thing that they give you is that it's taking place around Christmas time. There's no snow. It's warm.
There is that couple scenes with the Christmas tree and the family in that room.
Yeah,
kid, the Jewish thing.
I think that's right at the end of the film, though, too, isn't it?
No, it's
it's in the middle.
It's in the middle. Yeah, okay. It's like a quick little thing, but you know what I'm saying.
But
like,
they go back to that house at the end of it.
Yeah.
That's right. But the overall feel of this film feels very dark and kind of odd. It's a very odd film.
What did I text you when I was watching the film? What the fuck am I watching?
I know.
How is this a Silent Night, Deadly Night film?
I know.
What did I text you? I said, I think my copy of Silent Night 4 got switched with a movie about witches and bugs.
This had to be one of the strangest films I've watched in a long fucking time.
It is strange.
It is weird.
But
like when he
it's
like
mainly
he puts his hand when
it's
he puts
called
his
Silent
hand,
Night 4, right?
But when he puts his hand up the air duct and he pulls out that parasite, what the fuck am I watching? What the fuck does this have to do with anything?
There's a couple moments where I had my head like cocked and I was like,
Michael Myers, like what the fuck am I watching?
This is weird. But overall, I mean, like, that's an interesting debate, though. It's almost similar to what I was talking about in tone of sequels. It's like, well, what happens when you completely change the tone and story? Is it still a sequel? Does it still represent the series? Should you look at it like it represents the series? Should you look at it like it's part of the series, or should you take it as its own film and like it for what it is? Or should you have some sort of biased opinion on it based on it being called Silent Night, Deadly Night 4? Like, I don't know. It's
I know exactly. I know it's very interesting. Like, you know, going back to the contrast of you know, Pet Sematary 1 and 2, I think that's kind of on an opposite spectrum of what Silent Night, Deadly Night 4 is to like Part 1. You know, because they're completely different films.
Yeah, because it's not only is the tone different, but it's actually like
they're different.
The narrative is different.
Exactly.
It's like kind of weird to say that this is the second best film in the franchise. Like, because it doesn't feel like a Silent Night film.
Yeah, I know.
But when you look at it, it truly is the second best film.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
If you're looking at these films individually, like, okay, this is what it is. Yeah, Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, you know, definitely works on levels for what it is.
Yeah.
But as, you know, as a Silent Night, Deadly Night film,
absolutely not.
Absolutely not. You know, this one doesn't fit in at all whatsoever, and I will argue that to the day. It does not fit in. This movie is fucking bizarre, man. It's got weird performances in it.
Clint Howard's amazing.
I think the storyline's really oddball, too. I don't know if you guys, like, obviously you noticed this.
I felt like the storyline was... I felt like there was a bit of bad script working there towards certain parts of the story, like where... it really wasn't explained what the hell was going on a lot of times, but I don't see it done in like an artistic, mysterious way. I see it more done in like, well, we really don't know way.
Well, dude, like the thing with the bugs and like the big fucking thing that Jeremy was talking about, they pulled out of the vent or whatever, you know, going in her stomach and coming out her mouth, and like there's weird fucking scenes, but right off the bat in this film, I find it pretty interesting. You know, what's her name? The fuck's her character's name in the film? Fuck, I already forget it. what was the main girl's name again? Fuck, I can't remember. Anyways, so.
And you made fun of me earlier for not knowing that makeup effects guy's name. Huh, shame.
You know what I mean?
What
you know
goes
what I mean.
around comes around.
But anyways, so she shows up at this, the beginning of the film is this girl that's,
Her name's
on
Kim.
fire. Kim, that's right. So she shows up to investigate this on her own. She actually wasn't appointed to this, to this case and stuff like that, but she wanted to investigate because it was an oddball thing where this girl jumped from a building burning and they chopped it up as she spontaneously combusted. Now, honestly, if you see that in a script, wouldn't you be? I mean, there's a million questions coming from that. Okay, first of all, spontaneously combust. Who the fuck comes to that conclusion? Second of all,
isn't that a real thing?
Well, it's a myth. It's not a real thing. It's a myth. I don't think it's ever been proved that it's actually really happened. It's a myth. Okay, but my thing is, say spontaneous combustion is a real thing. My question is, I mean, obviously you probably wouldn't know when you're gonna combust, but why the fuck was she on the roof then? She's just up there and then all of a sudden she just spontaneously combusts and that's what they chop it up to. Is like, oh well, she caught on fire. It's like, I think that's really bad script writing. It's like, and everyone kind of rolls with it. They're like, yeah man, she spontaneously combusted and then jumped to commit suicide. It's like, what the fuck? This is the
what was she doing up there
story.
in the first place?
Exactly. Why was she on the roof? And I'm like, okay, I know these are kind of minor details, but they're kind of essential. It's like you're investigating what happened to this girl, but they're chopping up to spontaneously combusting. I'm like, what? I don't know, man. I don't buy it for a second. I think it's the initial script, the initial part of the film is not good at all. I mean, I know it's kind of irrelevant too, right after the fact. Like, I mean, I guess it does tie into the the whole witch and the girl actually being her daughter, and she was weak and stuff, and then we find out what happens to her. She ends up killing her and stuff. Spoiler alert, but it's essentially what they did because she was weak and she couldn't be the new goddess and stuff like that. And I understand what's going on.
Kid.
So they needed someone to fill in, and of course, I understand what's going on. But
I found her leg to be weird. Like there was like a scoop in there, like the dead body leg. Didn't it seem like weird looking?
Dude, I don't think I noticed that.
Yeah, me neither.
That's some really fine detail you pointed out there, buddy.
It's just, I don't know, man.
That's it.
There's a lot of bugs and weird shit in this film. I almost felt like, I feel like this film ripped off a lot of other films, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, this movie
even The Lost Boys, how they're eating and then all of a sudden there's bugs in their food. I don't know. It's just I felt like that scene felt really similar to Lost Boys and stuff.
Yeah, but when she throws up that whatever she throws up, it's fucking nasty.
Yeah.
It's the parasite in her chest. It's crawling up.
Yeah, that was pretty good actually.
And then she throws it up. It looks like a turd, like the fucking Martha Stewart episode of South Park. I thought it was. Awesome.
That was one cool thing. But I mean, honestly, does that shit make any sense to you?
No.
It doesn't, because it's just added into the film. It's just
what is the alien? Is she
witches and bugs and
or what does having the bug go in her stomach contribute to the narrative?
I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with
purifying
her. Maybe she's. I don't know. I was trying to think about it, and I was like, what do the bugs actually have to do with these witches? Because obviously they're getting at something, or maybe they're just trying to be fancy.
How did they get there?
I don't know. But
my thing is it. All that matters to me is the filmmakers have answers, and I know that they don't in this film, so that's when it bugs me. It could be mysterious all at once if there's actually legitimate thought to what's going on, and maybe they just don't want to show it. But I just feel like there's a lot of stuff that they just was let's try this, let's throw in some bugs here, let's try this, and really didn't know what the it had to do with the narrative. But it's still kind of I like the journalist, investigative reporter narrative. I've always liked that narrative. I like when they go and find some weird shit that's going on around town that nobody knows about or it is covered up or whatever. Yeah, and it feels like it really has that Rosemary's Baby vibe when if you guys know Rosemary's Baby on how there's tons of people.
Yeah.
I kind of got that feel from here too. That's why I feel like it was a real big ripoff.
Yeah, totally. You said you liked the Butcher?
Yeah, he was funny.
Yeah, he was funny, but I don't know about the actual character in the film. Like,
did you see him give her those nuts with
if they're just bloody
Yeah.
hands? It's fucking nasty.
Those
yeah.
shit.
Why the hell are those peanuts outside in the first place? Like, I've never seen
You never seen one of those machines?
A candy vending machine with peanuts in them?
You've never seen those?
Like outside on the streets?
I've seen like candy filled ones, but peanuts?
I've seen ones with cashews like a bunch in my life.
I don't ever recall seeing them on streets, but it's usually inside.
It was like outside of a street door though. Like it was like on the way out of a door.
I've seen like M&Ms and runts and shit like that, but
I like
must
the
be a
one with
fucking
cashews.
city. I love cashews, man.
But yeah, this film right here is definitely the oddity of the of the franchise. It really sticks out for being something different.
It's the Elm Street 2, it's the Friday 5, it's the Halloween 3 of the series.
Well, I think Halloween 3 is a perfect example. Friday 2, no, but
no, Elm Street 2.
I mean Elm Street 2. That's I think
I'm
Friday.
Just saying,
Halloween 3 is a perfect example. It's such a different. It's like a film on its own. So basically, that's what
I was kind of getting it. Like, there's always that one. Obviously, Halloween 3 is like the perfect example, but there's always that one in the series that's like, what the hell were they thinking, trying something different?
Mm-hmm. But it's not even that they tried something different with the, using, the old storyline and stuff. This is a completely different film.
Just wait till
if this film was released as Initiation, no one would ever think twice about associating it with Silent Night, Deadly Night. So that's how opposite it is.
Yeah, but just wait till the plot holes in Part 5 come.
But listen, my thing is, like, I think that, I wish they could, if they could have told this story and still made it feel Christmassy, I would have been, like, okay with calling it Silent Night, Deadly Night, because I almost got the vibe like they were starting to just do a different story set on Christmas every time, which I would have been cool with that. That would have been a cool series to make, sort of what they wanted to do with Halloween 3 and beyond. But the problem is it doesn't feel like Christmas at all, really.
Yeah, this has to be probably the most unfeeling Christmas film I've ever seen. Like, there's absolutely no Christmas feel to this at all.
Elves is pretty un-Christmas feeling.
And I really, really was so disappointed when they, Ricky all of a sudden, Clint Howard is Ricky.
Is he supposed to be Ricky?
Okay, this
Part
is
5,
it.
Man.
This is it. They give him a name briefly in it, which is Ricky by chance, of course. No, it's not. I think this is what they're doing. And then when he's sitting on the end of the bed when the couple's having sex there, and he flips on the TV and sees Part 3, and then he's like, I'm the Santa Claus killer, right? And I'm like, okay, is that they're not? This is how they're trying to, associate all these films together. This is how they do it.
Because Part 3 was on TV, they were saying that it never happened.
Well, I mean, but his name is Ricky, and he's saying he's a Santa Claus killer. They're showing a part, and he's just like, I don't know, man.
It's confusing.
It is kind of confusing.
We need to ask Reggie Bannister, fucking Clint Howard.
You're like, what the fuck that was about? I know it's very odd, but I was like, is that their kind of nod to connecting these films and stuff? And I'm like, if it is, it's really, really poorly done, because you can miss that and just whatever, just keep going on. But, yeah, I mean, if you don't like, a lot of bugs in your food and kind of grotesque fucking scenes and stuff, this one probably isn't for you. Don't expect anything like a Christmas film. I don't really know what to say about this movie.
Nothing really annoys me more though of when there's no explanation for things, and I feel like one doesn't exist. Like, that actually really, really bugs me.
I mean, really, the premise of the film is so simple. It's just they were the book owner, the bookstore clerk or whatever, which I found was such a weird part when the reporter comes in there and she's buys those books on occult and stuff or whatever the fuck it was, and the clerk kisses her when she leaves.
I know, right?
Wasn't that such an odd? I felt awkward. I was like, that's weird.
There's some lesbian vibes going on.
Definitely.
But I mean, yeah, I think it's that whole witch. Yeah, maybe a little bit of undertones there. But, yeah, I mean, the premise is, basically just trying to replace their fucking daughter, but they just go so extreme and so kind of out of this world, and a lot of things really don't make sense and add up. But
the thing with the Ricky character doesn't make sense. I'm not sure what they're doing. All these damn bugs. it's just like, what? The thing at the beginning with the person, like, the cops, like, and the spontaneous combustion thing, like, that's just when you take it into overdrive, and I'm like, well, I'm not with you anymore, okay? You blew your chance.
Yeah.
But I still had fun with it. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be honest, like, I had fun watching all of these. Like, I even got some enjoyment out of part 3. Only in hindsight did I realize how bad it was. Like, because I realized I started not paying attention a lot in the film. But, I mean, I think that by the time you watch it 3 times, you're gonna really hate it.
Yeah, dude. And I was just about to say that too. For you being a first time watch, it's like, okay, you know, you can get through it. But like, yeah, I was having a rough time. Like, it just kept bringing back, like, I'm like, oh my God, like that bowl, the continuity fucking, oh my God. I'm just like, this is so not what happened to Reggie. This is ridiculous, but boring, you know. And this one, it's like a total fucking 180 switch. You know, you go from that movie that's like super boring and like, you know, some of it doesn't make sense. And then you got part 4, which, you know, is intriguing, but the storyline's kind of weak and it's really kind of odd and doesn't have anything to do with Christmas or whatever. And it's like fucking weird to watch these back to back, man. It's really odd. Which you did, didn't you?
I actually watched part 2, 3, 4, and 5 in one day.
Yeah,
that is awesome. I don't know. Do you guys have anything? You guys have anything else to say about Initiation, Silent Night, Deadly Night 4?
No.
I got one thing to say. I hate when they write a different title before the like sequel title, like Hellbound Hellraiser 2 or Initiation Silent Night Deadly Night 4. That drives me insane. Stop doing that.
I know it's annoying when you're typing it up on IMDb. And you go Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, and then it doesn't come up, and you're like, you have to click on it. It's like, oh, Initiation.
And
Silent
for
Night,
alphabetical order purposes, it's stupid.
Yeah. I don't really know what else to say, man. It's one of those films you kind of sit through, and by the end of it, you go, huh. Okay.
Yeah.
That's definitely a Brian Usna film. That makes a lot of fucking sense, but
yeah,
you know,
I like it.
As for Silent Night, Deadly Night, no, it doesn't. But you know, overall, I do enjoy this film. It's, you know, like I said, this is a weird one to rate. So I don't know. Are we at that point?
Yep. Yeah.
So what do you guys rate this one?
I give Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, or Initiation Silent Night, Deadly Night 4. It's a 5.5 out of 10. I wasn't blown away with it. I did have some fun with it, but overall, I thought it was just a little bit above average.
Jeremy?
Yeah. I gave it a 6 out of 10. It's fun. Like I said, I had no idea what the fuck was going on when I was watching it, but that's okay sometimes.
It's definitely entertaining the whole way through.
Yeah. Clint Howard's awesome.
Yeah, so is Reggie.
Yeah.
I gave this one 5 out of 10, actually. It's just, I don't know, maybe it's because I've seen it a couple times and I wasn't
higher.
Overly little surprised. Like, you know, it's a decent film, like, but there's issues with it, and I think that it's one of those films, the more I watch it, I'm not getting, you know, as much enjoyment as I would like to be getting out of it. But it's an oddity, man. It's such a weird fucking movie.
It's a straight up rip off of Rosemary's Baby.
Oh, it really is. And you catch on to that right away, too, and it's just like, oh, God. Really? But I don't know. The bugs kind of have me, you know, crawling a little bit too because they're fucking everywhere.
I don't know what the hell they had to do with like Silent Night, Deadly Night, or even a witch.
I know, right? I know, it's so fucking bizarre.
I kept wanting like this woman to say like, "Look at its eyes. What have you done to its eyes?" And it never happened.
All right, Silent Night, Deadly Night, Part 5, The Toy Maker, and this one is
the
not
year 1991, which is the year born.
This one actually isn't called The Toy Maker, Silent Night, Deadly Night, so that won't annoy you, JP.
Welcome to the shop of Joe Petto. Here, you'll find the most amazing gadgets on Earth. Each toy is unique.
What a terrible accident. Sarah, you think this is an accident? Look.
Each specially designed by the craftsman himself.
Buck, where did all these toys come from? What?
Sarah, what do you know about that old guy from the toy store? I wonder if I told you he was arrested for maiming some kids several years ago.
What reason could he have to hurt innocent children?
Joe Petto always wanted a real boy.
Where's Derek? He took him.
Who took him where? Who?
The man from the toy store.
But he'll have to make what he can get.
All you need is a little of that, and a little of that, and a little of that.
From the producer of Bride of Reanimator.
I want my boy. What have you done with him?
I'm your son now, not him.
With special effects by Screaming Mad George Inc. of Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4. Comes the most incredible night yet. Mickey Rooney stars in Silent Night, Deadly Night 5, The Toymaker.
Merry Christmas.
I love the IMDb. Actually, no, the one on the bottom here's a little better. But a young boy sees his father killed by a toy that was anonymously delivered to his house. After that, he is too traumatized to speak, and his mother must deal with him, and both him and her loss of her husband. Meanwhile, a toy maker named Joe Petto builds some suspicious-looking toys, and a mysterious man creeps around both the toy store and the boy's house. But who's responsible for the killer toys? I love the description.
Mickey Rooney.
I love that ends in a question. It's fucking so great.
Listen, guys. So Mickey Rooney was the guy who wrote that letter all those years ago, and look at him starring in Silent Night, Deadly Night 5.
As a killer Santa Claus.
God, all you can think about is, where was his career? Like, how do you go back? Like, did he ever renounce his, his fucking original statement on that? It's like, okay, no, it's actually not that bad. It's not that bad, guys. Come on, I'm gonna do part 5.
I mean, you're gonna talk shit on part 1, which is, I agree, it's a violent film, but at least it's not. It's a good film, How are you gonna go do? And at this point, you have 4 and 5. You have 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, and 4 that came before this, and so you're basing going into 5 off of those previous 3. Wow, that is just the world. That's the good thing in when you think about people getting what they deserve. It's yes, there's some higher power here. The horror movie gods smiled down on us kindly this one,
No, now the ultimate would have been if Siskel had a fucking cameo in this one too.
And he gave it a thumbs up too.
So fucking
Silent
good.
Night, Deadly Night 5, The Toymaker, 2 thumbs up.
Fuck, this is a weird film, man. So Clint Howard is in this film again.
As Ricky, which doesn't make any fucking sense because his inside's getting it out in part 4.
I don't what the fuck is with that? They're just throwing this shit into the mix. It's
but he's
okay.
in it for 2 seconds.
Yeah, nobody's really sure if it's maybe a prequel or if it's maybe a different character with the same name or if it's
yeah,
just
there's
something
this one
weird.
This one kind of sits on its own, and you're you just have to kind of let things go. You're nothing I don't think is supposed to make sense, to be honest. But essentially, this movie is basically just a take on the Pinocchio story.
Yeah.
The character is Pino, which is played by Mickey Rooney, and his son Petto, which is
he's Petto. And
he's Petto. Sorry, I got that backwards. Yeah, he's Petto. Which I think is the worst name for a toy maker.
Right?
It sounds like pedophile.
It sounds like
pedophile.
P-E-D-O.
Well, he is kind of a pedophile.
But and of course Pino is son, which is Pinocchio and Geppetto. But I don't know, man. Do you guys like that that aspect of the film that did that play on it?
Obviously, it's a similar story to Pinocchio, and instead of ignoring that and just trying to pretend like you're creating your own story, they acknowledged it and they're like, yeah, this is what we're doing. I'm down with that. That's cool. Yeah. To me personally, I wish if once they went away from the Ricky Billy story from the original 1 or 2, 3 films, and they started making their own separate stories, this is kind of what I was looking for, because it does have that Christmas vibe. It has something to do with Christmas. The Toymaker is a good little subtitle. We're dealing with the Toymaker. I actually kind of like the idea behind this film.
I do like the idea behind this film, but I think it's so predictable and just poorly executed. I mean,
but you know what?
Honestly,
I'm gonna do something that might change your mind a little bit. Next time you watch it, think of it as a full moon film because that's what I was getting from it, because all the Full Moon's films are very predictable and very straightforward, but they're a lot of fun, and this feels exactly like a Full Moon film to me, man.
But the thing is, though, the toys in a Full Moon film are a lot more fun than the ones in this one.
Yeah, but they're cool when they kill people.
This was
they're okay. They're okay. I mean, honestly, this movie is way too big. Like, I have a real big problem just like with the structure, and you know, okay, this guy's like kind of creeping around this house, dropping off presents and stuff, and I'm like, that's got to be the fucking dad. Like, dude, it's so fucking obvious, man. It's just they're not even trying to fucking hide the fact. Like, I mean, honestly, JP, were you surprised?
Wait,
You're like, damn, that's the kid.
He's walking around dropping off presents?
The fucking father.
The fucking father, the kid.
That dropped
well,
off the presents.
who else would be doing it?
But they don't tell you that until fucking three-quarters of the way film. When, remember, she sees fucking Buddy in the garage and she starts running away.
About the... Okay, never mind. I was thinking something.
The father. Yeah. The real father. Not the fucking one that died in the beginning.
I don't know. I didn't really expect
Really?
it.
Oh my God. I just so obvious, but I don't know, man. It's okay. This one actually has a pretty funny ending to me. I think the end of the film is actually pretty. I mean, when I first watched this film, I didn't see that coming. Obviously, I mean, that's kind of
it's a
ridiculous.
what the fuck moment.
Yeah, it is. Especially when he like pulls off the face. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah,
I know, it's totally one of those.
You never would see that coming in a million years, and it looked good too, man. The way they pulled off the face, I was like, holy shit.
even though that you're watching this Pinocchio story.
Yeah.
You know, where the master, he built this. You still don't even really see that coming.
I know.
I thought it was pretty cool though, man. The ending had me in stitches, man. I was pissing myself a little bit, but the whole film leading up to it, I think, is a little predictable. And there's a lot of bad acting in this film. Honest to God, I feel bad for saying this, but the little boy in this film needed to be fucking strangled.
He sucks.
Yeah.
He's
His
terrible.
fucking facial expressions are so overdone and unbelievable. Like, he's literally got a fucking sad face, and he's like doing all these.
Yeah, when he's like laying on the floor,
this, and I'm like,
he's laying on the floor and he's listening to. When he's laying on this floor and he's listening to his cassette player, and she walks in, and he has like that grin on his face, and be laughing so hard.
Without saying it, he's like, "Ha, Mom, I'm not dead." But
my thing is, kids are notoriously known for being like bad actors and stuff, but they never actually bother me as much as they do most people. I understand that he's bad and stuff, but it really doesn't bug me that much.
No, it would be fine if it was just like a couple scenes and stuff, but it's every single scene in the film with that kid, and there's a lot of fucking scenes with that kid.
Yeah,
and it's like, he's not talking. I mean, he might be the first person in history never to say, well, I guess he says a word or two at the end, to have like, not to say a word in a film and be like the worst performance ever. Like, it's fucking awful, man. It's painful to watch, but I'll give him a break because he is a little shit. So whatever.
And I'd be curious to see if he's done any other movies.
Well, how about the idea that you guys mentioned Clint Howard returning, but freaking Kim is in this film too.
I know, and that's oddball too, man. I know, I forgot about that.
Because she's playing, her name's Kim. She's redheaded, but she has like a son now, and she's like friends with this new girl. It's like, what the hell's going on?
See, now these things is what's confusing to me about the film. Like, where is this? Is this supposed to be
in the same universe?
Part 4? Or part 5? Like, how does this tie in? Because they never actually try to. These characters are just put into the mix in a totally different story in a different film.
It seems like past either.
Exactly.
I was just like waiting for like Ricky.
Seems like this movie is just like over here,
Just like Ricky to burst through the door and be like, "Oh, I'm here now."
Exactly, right.
I don't know. I like the toy maker thing. I kind of just like the whole idea that like he's made like there's these like toys that are killing people, very like full moony. I understand, but it was like fun to me. I felt like this one had a much better Christmas vibe too, and it had that 90s Christmas vibe, which I like. Right at 91, where it was just starting. This reminds me of my childhood, kind of, So I like even the haircuts of the kids and the rollerblade death and stuff. Like, I mean, it was like
that was a
lightheartedly fun.
Yeah, but I was watching it.
It wasn't as mean spirited as you would expect.
I was sitting there going, I wonder if Johnny Knoxville got his idea for rocket skates from this movie, because it's like this is rocket skates, man.
I really did.
I think Wile E. Coyote was doing it way before this film.
Yeah.
The rollerblade scene is totally like a product, from its time.
Yeah.
Because like rollerblades in like 91 were like fucking huge, so they had to throw them in there.
Rollerblades in the 90s were at the peak of whatever. Like nobody talks about like when's the last time you seen somebody on some rollerblades?
That's how
I love when they're at the hospital. I love when they're at the fucking hospital. And they're like, "Oh, this was, a terrible bad accident." They're like, "Was it an accident?" And she grabs the rollerblade, and all these wires are hanging out of it. I erupted. I was by myself and started laughing. I'm like, "Yeah, that's not obvious."
Yeah.
Oh God.
I mean, it was what I liked it, dude. I don't know what to say. I had fun with this one.
I like the kill in the bedroom with all the toys. That was cool.
Yeah, that was fucking dope, dude. That thing like cut that dude all up, and the hand shit was actually getting me to laugh. Like he's like, "Oh, babe,
stop grabbing my ass."
Me here. I was like, "Oh my god." He's like, "Wait, go back."
I still think the funniest scene in this film for myself was right before, or the kid on the rollerblades when he's talking to.
He's like, "You asshole."
Yeah, and then the punk teen is like, he's like, "I eat little kids like you for breakfast. That's why my shit smells so bad."
Dude, that was so funny. I was like, that is ridiculous. It reminded me of like Chip from Part 2. I was like, that's something he would say.
But he executes it so seriously. He's like, "I totally eat kids for breakfast." I love that. It's so funny.
That's awesome.
But I just love it because like they could have totally had the line like, "I eat little kids like you for breakfast," and just ended it there. But he has to throw on, "That's why my shit smells so bad."
Brilliant. If you look at the actual DVD cover or the video cover to this one, it actually is probably the best out of the last couple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, but
I don't know, man. Overall, I find this movie to be a little tedious, though. Like, I think you guys had a little more fun with it than probably me. I think it's because I just wanted the toys to be a little more maybe full moonish. I don't know. They're okay.
But you got to look. I mean, this film even came out before Demonic Toys, which was 92.
But this movie came out. But this movie also came out. This movie also came out 3 years after Dolls, so so that statement doesn't mean shit.
Really, but these aren't dolls, are they?
But I'm just saying toys. Like whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like there is, but still. I don't know, man. I think it just could have been a little better done, but
yeah, obviously, like I'm with you, dude. It's not like a well-made, like well-told story or anything, but neither is any Full Moon film. All of them have tons of plot holes. That like there's a couple that are like, wow, that was really good for Full Moon, but like all of them are pretty awful when it comes to storytelling, and that's kind of. And I love Full Moon, and this is kind of like the. Like, I like this film like I would a Full Moon film. It's not good. There's not that much going on. I thought the what the fuck moment, like, really kind of bumped up my score a little bit. Just how bizarre it looked. It's like I can't even imagine them, like, filming this scene and being serious about it. Like, it's like, look at this thing. And, like, I just find, like, that these weird films like this that you never expect to have something like this is, like, it's, like, interesting to talk about. And this is one that I'll be like, but have you ever seen Silent Night, Deadly Night 5? Like, this is one that I'll talk about in the future, I feel like. Just because it's, like, a weird film. And I like it.
Another funny scene in this film, it really showcases how tiny Mickey Rooney really was, is when the scene when he grabs the kid and he puts him in a sack, and like the kid is almost as big as McKinney is. I fucking started laughing. I was like, "Oh my god, he's tiny!" It's so funny. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, I definitely like this one a lot more than part 3, man.
Yeah, I agree with you also that I think calling it the Toy Maker, you kind of would want like a little bit more of like a vicious like focus on the killer toys. It being more about like the toys like killing people. But
well, it kind of gives you that right off the hop there, like when the dad dies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or I mean, I should say the stepdad, I guess. Yeah. I don't know, but you get that right off the bat, and you're like, well, okay, maybe I'm going to see some fucked up killer toys and some fucked up deaths, but it doesn't really come.
At first, I was getting the vibe once I found out that like the father was different. I was like, that cheating bitch. But it turns out they were together beforehand. But as soon as he leaves, she's like, I needed somebody that was more stable with money and stuff. I was like, what a bitch.
I know, they totally drowned that character so bad, man.
Yeah.
And the other scene I fucking completely, I know it was for like drama, you know, is the scene where she sees him in the parking garage and she fucking bolts like Usain Bolt, man. She's fucking gone. Right, and then he catches up with her, and then they just start making out.
Yeah, that was like you've seen stuff like
over
that,
dramatic,
completely done terrible. That is not how you do a scene like that. And those scenes are stupid to begin with, but there is a place for them in certain kind of films. So I mean, like, there's a way to do them properly, and that is not how you do them.
Yeah, that was terribly executed.
Yeah,
I agree.
Overall, I mean, I don't think there's much more to say about this one.
No, Derek says his first words when he's like, you know, at the end when he's fighting off the villain.
I hate to do that.
I'm like,
the only time I ever
it's bad cheesy
was in Elm Street 3 with Joey. That's the only time where I felt like it felt right. Because they do that a lot of times where the person's mute all the way up until the end, and then they say something. And it like
they save the day with their fucking powerful words or something.
California.
But it made sense in Elm Street because that was his dream power, right?
Oh, the wizard.
Yeah.
So ratings.
Well, I'll go first because I'm gonna give it a 4.5 out of 10.
So rate with part 4, I believe, right? Yeah. Jeremy?
I gave it a 5 out of 10. It's just average.
Yeah, I actually came in the highest on this one. I gave it a 6 out of 10. I think this is the best one besides the original so far.
Cool. 6 out of 10. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. That's interesting. All right, so next up in the series is the so-called sixth one, or if you want to call it quote-unquote a remake of Silent Night, Deadly Night, titled Silent Night from 2012, directed by Stephen C. Miller. This one is starring the legendary Malcolm McDowell as Sheriff Cooper and, of course, Jamie King. So if this movie has Jamie King in it, we can basically call it a remake, a full-blown remake, because she's like the remake king. She also starred in My Bloody Valentine 3D. She was also in Mother's Day and this movie. So she likes her horror remakes, apparently.
All 3 solid films, in my opinion.
That's, interesting.
Something for me?
Let me tell you about Christmas. It ain't all candy canes and pretty lights. I heard this story. This fella dressed as Santa. He said about killing them that was naughty.
Creep.
Every year, a new town.
Everyone knows that story. It's an urban legend.
It ain't.
Christmas. The #1 holiday for people going nuts.
Listen, we've got a lead on our killer from the motel. He's wearing a Santa suit and a mask.
Hiding in plain sight.
What if he was punishing them?
We're just gonna have to take this maniac down ourselves.
Christmas Eve is the scariest damn night of the year.
I love the IMDb fucking the IMDb synopsis on here is so funny, man. They always crack me up. The police force of a remote Midwestern town search for a killer Santa Claus who is picking off citizens on Christmas Eve. Well, that's essentially what it is.
Yep.
Because there's no story until you get it at the end. But yeah, that about pretty much sums it up. So Your guys' thoughts on this one?
I love the wood chipper kill.
Which is awesome. My biggest, first of all, let me just say one of the things that annoys me so much about this film. And that is that there's, no snow.
Yeah, I know.
But it still feels like Christmas a little bit.
It does. But I was like, wow, if there was snow, it would be amplified so much. Like, if that chick was running through the Christmas tree forest with the wood chipper there, and it was nighttime, and it was snowing, I would have loved it. But I just kind of loved it.
There's quite a few scenes, actually. There's parts where you see, in
Christmas
that,
lights and stuff.
But you see green grass and green leaves and shit like that. It's just, shot at the wrong time of year.
Yeah.
And stuff. Weird things like that, so.
Well, I feel like if they released it in December, then they probably was filming it, during a non-December month,
Mm-hmm. It makes sense. It makes sense. First off, for me, Malcolm McDowell in this film... Man, he's such an asshole. He's such a fucking dick, man. His character is just so unlikable. But I mean, I understand where they're going. He's basically Scrooge. He does not give a shit.
Yeah. He's the Scrooge in Halloween too. Exactly.
He's the town sheriff, and he does not give a fuck that one of his guys has gone missing. So he calls in Jamie King's character, which is she's the deputy sheriff. It's Christmas Eve, of course, and basically, she's forced to work. And, yeah, she obviously does not want to work because it's Christmas Eve and stuff. And, and he's just such a fucking dick about it. And it kind of cracks me up. I know a lot of people had a lot of problems with this film and Malcolm McDowell's character. I kept hearing from reviews before I'd watched the film for the first time and stuff. And actually, when I watched it, I got a lot of entertainment out of Malcolm McDowell's character, especially with the dialogue that's spit in this film. There's a scene in this film that just fucking kills me every time I watch it, man. He's talking to Jamie King towards the end, and they're trying to figure out things. And he basically says to her, he's like, don't put the avocado on the burger. You got to keep things simple. And just the way he's using analogies and weird shit like that, I'm just like, oh my God, who wrote this shit, man? It's so fucking retarded, but it's entertaining. It's nobody talks like that.
What did he say? He was like, don't bring your superior a problem, bring him a solution.
He just says, he talks like a dick would talk. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess essentially the dialogue form is actually pretty well done.
I like it.
But the interesting thing about this film, it's kind of more of a reimagination. It's definitely not a full blown remake, which it does obviously have elements when it comes full circle in the story.
Yeah. I'm I don't even know where to debate these type of things, because what is a remake? What is a reboot? What is a reimagining? Until we get seriously defined definitions of which means which, I don't know what the hell it is.
Well, okay. We'll just make, simple, definitions for this. A remake, essentially, in my opinion, is when, if you're remaking a film,
give me an example of a film.
To be, I think a true remake,
Psycho,
by definition, is Psycho.
No, there's one of those that even exists. That can't be the, my true definition of a remake is Hills Have Eyes. It's it's like the same story, but it's just a little bit different. It's amplified. Certain things are changed. But it's still the core story is there. That's my opinion. What a remake.
It's essentially the same thing though. Reimagining. I think this is more of just kind of a reimagining of the story, because what this one doesn't have is a structure like the original one.
Yeah, and that's where I would say it's a loose remake. But it is a remake because you're acknowledging the original film and that you're making that it's connected in some way by doing homages.
To be frank, man, I don't really care about the meanings and stuff. I mean, it's Silent Night. In my opinion, it is a remake. Because it essentially has all the the things of the first film. I mean, we got a killer Santa Claus. When the story comes full circle, it gives you, what you need to know and stuff like that. But this one is structured very oddly because it just kind of gets into it. It starts out with almost like a fucking torture scene, and the whole film is kind of structured like that. You got this killer Santa Claus and he's going around from scene to scene and he's fucking knocking off people and stuff like that. And essentially they're probably going to tell you when, but it's when they do. It's right at the end of the film when you get the backstory and it's like, okay, Okay, and then the very end scene with him driving away and fucking blah blah blah. I don't know, man. It just seems kind of cliched that the end of the film, the shit blows up, and then all of a sudden he's fucking alive, and then they give you the backstory and stuff. I don't really like the way they structured this film at all. I've always had major problems with it. It seems very generic and kind of simple.
And I think it's kind of aware of that. I think that was kind of the idea going in, and I can tell because I remember hearing the creators of this film talk about it, and it seemed like they didn't really want to remake Silent Night, Deadly Night, but that's what was being produced. It was billed as a remake, so they just made a simple horror film slasher, and they wanted to pay homage to the film that they loved, so they did the grandpa scene, and they did the Linnea Quigley death scene, which, in my opinion, actually annoyed me because I'm a sucker for that stuff. I love when you pay homage to like stuff that came before you and all that stuff. But if you're gonna recreate a scene, you better fucking do it as good or better, because if you don't, I'm gonna be mad. And the Linnea scene, she wasn't even naked. What the heck? Like, come on. And the grandpa scene, guy just wasn't selling it for me.
Yeah, and also they, as the antlers are going through that, I will say that hot blonde, fuck that chick's hot. I think it's CG'd. They CG'd that too. And in the original Silent Night, Deadly Night, it looks really good. I thought the effects looked really awesome on that. Mm-hmm. This one, from 1984. This is like fucking 28 years later, and it doesn't look as good. It's not even executed as good. You think, it's kind of like that same argument with the Nightmare on Elm Street scene. Very similar. Like the effects in 84 were awesome, and the remake, they were shitty. And I'm not just saying that they were shitty because, I'm not anti-remake and stuff. We've discussed this to fucking death, so don't get me wrong, people. I'm not anti-remake. I'm just calling it how I see it. This scene doesn't look very good. If you look close, they actually, when the shit's going through, it's CG'd. It's minor CG, and I'm just like, really, you guys? Like, what the fuck, man? It's very subtle. You really have to see it, but it is definitely computer generated.
Yeah, is it like half and half? Like,
it is half and half. The initial coming through her is definitely computer generated, and then there is practical there though. But I know what you're saying though.
I love that wood chipper kill, man.
Me too. That's my favorite.
The wood chipper kill is fucking brutal.
Yeah, it's awesome though.
I love the fact that he puts her in feet first. Dude. It's awesome, man. Make her fucking suffer. It's great.
Yeah, but like, why would you want to put her head first? That's boring. Like, you see like feet first. You like see like her face. Like,
I actually like the look of the Santa Claus. Like, I like the idea of like, all right, let's like distort his face a little bit by having him wear a mask too, like a Santa Claus mask. Mm-hmm. I actually like that idea.
Okay, now this movie, it starts out really cool for me. I mean, at first, when I first watched this film, I was like, okay, so they're not going to do a backstory. I see what's going on with this. And then you learn very quick that it's not going to go that way. But the opening scene with the Santa Claus killing that cop in the basement there, I thought the cinematography, I thought that whole scene was shot fucking excellent. I think it was the best shot scene in the whole film, which is kind of disappointing considering it was the very first one in the film. I love that Santa Claus in the background, the way the lights are on him, and then that shot with the camera up in the air, sitting in the corner, kind of angled up as Santa's walking up the stairs. I thought it was fucking amazing.
Or like the Christmas lights, like.
Yeah. I just love that whole scene, the way it's lit, and like everything just kind of, it just jumps at you that what's lit and stuff, and then you see Santa kind of walking up this fucking street or up the stairs. I love that opening scene. I thought it was excellent. They played with
a lot of lighting at the end of the film too, with the like red Christmas and like green Christmas and stuff like that. That stuff doesn't overly impress me, but I man, it's just I don't know.
Really, you didn't like the way that opening scene was?
No, I was talking about the end of the film.
Oh,
because they played around with lighting and shit at the end of the film too, with like the bright red lights and stuff like that. But yeah, I liked the beginning. I'm just saying, like, at the end they were like overly flary about it, and I'm like, it usually doesn't impress me too much when you like see what they're doing.
They were kind of trying too hard.
Yeah, like that's what I was kind of getting at.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a simple movie, but I never was bored in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, was you guys ever bored?
Not really.
it's not a boring film by any means. I just find it just doesn't lack that substance, and that, it just doesn't have that, that kind of like, yeah, this is what's, why this is going on and stuff. And I was really hoping that the backstory that they give at the end of the film was going to be a little stronger than what it was. I mean, it totally makes sense, by the end of the film, why it's going on and stuff, right? I mean, and they do it in like a fucking 30-second kind of shot. Mm-hmm. But I mean, this thing is completely set up for a fucking sequel. Do you think there'll ever be one?
No.
I doubt it either. Like,
we haven't seen one yet. We probably won't.
And that's the thing. I don't agree with, like, the ending. I thought was kind of stupid. He's in this place. The fucking shit explode. Like, he actually survives this. I mean, spoiler alert, but we already gave him the disclaimer. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I don't think he should have fucking. I hate that end scene when he's driving away, man. It just bugs me.
Why?
I don't know. Because I think they should have just fucking killed him. I
just thought it was a cop out to make a sequel.
I actually
prefer... open as one because he was in a fucking ball of flames, dude. Like, he was fucking dead. Like, I don't know how he survived. Like, that's what I don't get. Like, he was burning, dude. Like, I mean, okay, you can always pull it off if you're shooting somebody. You can always say, "Oh, fuck, he definitely survived this." But fire, dude.
Michael Myers.
I mean, yeah.
I know. I mean,
it's just the second time we brought that up tonight.
I know. But I mean, I understand you got to disconnect yourself, but at times it's like,
the difference,
things are going to bug you.
Just really quickly, the difference in Halloween 2, what happened there, and the difference in this is that in Halloween 2, it ends right there with him dead. So we don't know that he's alive until the sequel. So that's what's actually fucking it up, not the original Halloween 2. So in this film, they actually show what would have happened in, Halloween 4 in this film. So that's what the difference is, and that's why it's worse in this film.
Yeah, exactly. That's a very, very good, valid point. Thank you for clarifying that. Another thing about this film, I thought was actually really funny, man, was towards the end when fucking Malcolm McDowell's, being a dick, and he's like, "Take the garbage out," and the fucking guy goes, so he's like, "What is this, garbage day?"
Yeah, I love that. I loved it.
That was a great throw.
That's how you can tell fans made this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good stuff. But yeah, overall, I mean, the film has good kills, in my opinion. Nothing overly spectacular. I think the wood chipper one definitely sticks out as the main kill. But it definitely has its sleazy moments. Like, Santa just happens to go by this place where they're shooting like I guess they're going to be doing a porno or whatever, and just I like it, man.
I kind of like the town for some reason. I just wish it would have had more snow.
Yeah, this one at least it has a Christmas feel, but yeah, the snow would have been a nice touch though. I mean, it's got the music, it's got the parade, and it's got obviously Santa. I mean, there's a lot of Christmas elements to this, but
I like the conversation between like the cop and the Santa who's like telling that kid like, "Yeah, don't ever trust your parents." Dude's a dick.
Yeah, exactly right.
I think. I mean, like I think there was a bit of social commentary in this film about like just people being terrible, and like the girl at the beginning with the mother where she's like, "Go get your damn purse and meet me in the fucking car," or something, like being people just being terrible around Christmas time when it should be the opposite.
Well, of course,
opposite and stuff, but.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. The social commentary on that, but
it's
with
basic.
That said,
it's basic.
With that said, it's very basic. But this film at times is kind of mean spirited too. Like I understand. Maybe they did this to be kind of like, oh, remember this part? But it's funny that no one's even brought it up yet. And it's about the little bratty girl that answers the door and fucking Santa kills her. Like she's like a 10-year-old girl and he fucking kills her. Dude, every time I lose my shit, I'm like, man, that's so awesome. It's so mean-spirited, man. It's so mean-spirited.
Awesome, well, you guys know my opinions about when they soft on kids. I think it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Dude, when they kill kids in film, sometimes it's meant to be just completely shocking, but this was actually kind of a surprise for some reason.
Yeah.
When I first watched it, I was like, oh my god, he just like totally killed that little girl.
It's like, she deserves to die in the world of film, but like normally because she was being a shitty happen.
Yeah, because she was being a shithead. She was being a fucking spoiled little brat, and then Santa, he knew about it.
And he deserved it. She deserved
Fuck, man. I love that, man. It's very mean-spirited, but it's funny.
Yeah, I'm actually a fan of mean-spirited in films. I think they don't do it enough.
Come on, JP, bring it back.
Pet Sematary is mean-spirited as F. It's one of the most mean-spirited films ever, and people fail to realize that, but it is. It is just ruthless, and I love that film. It's depressing as fuck, and I'll only watch it like once every couple of years, but...
Dude, I have to say, man, what the fuck is with the creepy reverend in this film? Dude, that guy's character is like so cliched. Of course, they're totally playing on like, the creepy fucking, you know how they're stereotyped. But man, it's like so over the top, but it's fucking funny, man.
One scene we forgot to mention in the original Silent Night, Deadly Night, which rivals the grandpa scene, is when he hands that girl the box cutter. I was like, that's pretty disturbing.
Yeah, actually, another scene that we forgot to mention in the original Silent Night, Deadly Night is when he's holding the axe and the blood starts dripping off the axe. It's a really great shot. Yeah. I think it's one of the best shots in the film. Actually, it totally captures it so perfectly. It's kind of backing it up a little bit, and it's the way it trips off is so perfect.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've always just really liked that. So,
yep. Anything else?
Yeah, dude, the blonde was so hot in this film. Man,
I thought the wood chipper girl was pretty hot.
Yeah, she was pretty hot.
She was good looking. Oh, the blonde, man, her ass though. Oh man, yeah, I like watching this film just to see her.
You don't talk about chickies much often. I've noticed that about you. You never bring that up.
And it's so funny too because like I am more of a brunette guy. Like when I was younger, I loved blonde girls, and I for some reason I just started liking brunettes a lot more. But there's something about this girl in this one. Maybe it's her little outfit, her little tight booty and stuff. I don't know what it is, but she really does it for me, and I'm just like, oh man, she's so hot. But yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. Like, I mean, your guys' opinions on the end, like, do you guys agree with me?
It's just like what, like I don't like.
If you're gonna do it, at least make a. If you're gonna do it, at least make a sequel.
Well, that's not up to the guys who wrote the film.
I understand that, but
I think I'd just rather not see that, him driving away type thing, and just end it and then just go from there.
I think there's a couple different ways
like
to tackle it. I don't think they did it the best way that they could have. So I agree with that. But it also doesn't bug me as much as it does you. But, normally shit, like it's kind of weird because, like, that is something that normally I would be complaining about,
But, the thing about this movie, though, it's got a totally different tone to the explanation, too, because, the reason why, Junior is doing all this stuff in the future is because, it's not the fact that his dad was a nice, everyday living Joe. He was actually a piece of shit that needed to fucking die himself. Like, this guy's fucking burning shit down and the cop did his job, right? So that whole aspect is a little different, too. I don't know if you guys, I don't know what you guys think about that, but I just found that interesting that it wasn't like, an innocent fucking kind of backstory.
I like when they do that. I like that they had a flamethrower. That counts, right?
Sad, but you've been waiting for the entire series, JP, a flamethrower.
I just thought it's an interesting choice because it's so impractical.
It's like fucking Malcolm McDowell. Oh, you brought a flamethrower to a gunfight. He shoots and then he fucking burns them.
I'm gonna be I'm fine. I'm gonna say it. I'm not a big fan of Malcolm McDowell. I said it. Like, I know people love that dude, but he works for me sometimes and he doesn't sometimes. I don't know.
I only like him in Clockwork Orange.
I'm not the biggest fan of him, to be honest.
His newer stuff is eh.
I like him in a lot of films, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan.
The Barber. He's all right in The Barber.
The Barber's actually a pretty decent film.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting that you brought that up. But yeah, no, his roles that he's done like in the last few years are definitely a lot different than he used to do. That's for sure.
Was he terrible in Sanitarium?
He's one of those names now. Like,
I know you hated that movie.
No, he's actually not that good in that movie. His character sucks. Like, his performance isn't bad, but it's not memorable. So
he was good in Halloween.
Yeah, I agree. He wasn't a Donald Pleasance, but
no, but he was still okay.
I mean, you really buy him as a dick in part 2.
I thought his performance,
his elevation of
awesome.
dickness is going on. He really pulls that off well because you fucking hate him in that film.
Yeah, which I liked. I'm like,
which is the point of it.
Yeah.
But
so yeah, Silent Night. I keep wanting to say Silent Night, Deadly Night. It feels weird just saying Silent Night.
It's a habit.
I think honestly, if you named this film Silent Night, you didn't bill it as a remake, and you never put in homage scenes, it would just be another Christmas horror film.
Yeah, you bet.
But I'm fine with what they did. This is like kind of a loose remake. You know, I thought it was in the time, like 2012. Like, I remember this film came out. It was like a Christmas horror film that was kind of more on the mainstream side than you usually see. I mean, think about what's the biggest Christmas horror films that have came out in terms of the amount of exposure they got. The biggest one in years was Black Xmas. And then Silent Night, I felt like kind of captured that a bit. I remember seeing trailers everywhere and stuff. And I liked that. I thought it was pretty cool. So finally seeing it, it was about as good as I expected. I didn't love it, but I did enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was interesting actually because, you know, after I finished this film, I hadn't watched it in a while. And so what I did is I wrote my rating down in my laptop here, and I went back and watched my review that I did on YouTube, and it was the exact same number.
Yeah, I just went
because I couldn't remember what I'd rated.
I remember I went to Best Buy to pick up my copy of the re-release of Part 1 and 2, and when I was there, I saw it. I was like, oh, I really want to buy this, so I bought it anyway. But it's just fucking Part 1 and 2 that made me buy it.
Yeah, see, I bought a Blu-ray off Amazon because this thing was always like over $10, like $11, $12 on Amazon, and over Black Friday they had it for like $6.99, and I hopped on that. I hopped on that, and those son of a bitches sent me like a defective Blu-ray disc because I had to watch the DVD combo side of it because it wouldn't work in my Blu-ray player. So yeah.
So that opening scene didn't look as vibrant as to you as it did to us. It was in that glorious 1080p.
This is only the second time a Blu-ray hasn't worked for me. The only other time was the Devil's Rejects.
Oh, weird.
And I still own it, and it still doesn't work, and it pisses me off.
I've had a couple actually too. I think
I've had a few.
Yeah.
But yeah, ratings on this one, JP. What do you rate this one?
This is a 7 out of 10. I think it's definitely above average, especially for the types of films that come out. You know, it's fun, man. It's nothing amazing, but you know, disconnect the fact that it's in the series. Look at it as it is, and it's about a 7.
Yeah.
I gave it a 6.5 out of 10.
Oh man. It's just so interesting today how these ratings are working. I gave it a 6 out of 10. It's so funny that I'm coming in the lowest on everything because I'm usually not the lowest.
You was the highest on Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 1, and the lowest on every other film in the series.
I love the first film, man. It's great.
Yeah. I can see a 6, to be honest. I mean, that's definitely in the realm of possibilities in for my rating too. Like, I could see myself giving it a 6. Maybe after a couple more viewings, maybe my feelings for the film might have declined a little bit. But I think it's 7. It's pretty 70.
Pretty 70.
Pretty 70.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was very intrigued that I actually gave it the same rating because, you know me, I rate a film on a review and I can't fucking remember the next day when I rated it. Yeah. You know, to be exact, but it was interesting that it was still the same. So, I mean, it's not getting worse for me. That's a good thing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think also a lot of what probably affected your ratings over me and Jeremy's is you've seen all these films multiple times. Most of these films me and Jeremy watched for the first time. And I feel like all of these films are probably the type of films that would get less fun after each watch.
Yeah.
Dude, you have no
Especially
idea
Part 3.
how painful it was watching Part 3 again. Because I think when I bought this set when it came out, I said to myself after I watched part 3, I'm like, I'll never watch that movie again.
Watched it.
Lo and behold, we're doing this podcast a couple years later, and hey, JP goes, well, Christmas this year, we should do the Silent Night, Deadly Night franchise. And I'm like, God damn.
Well, there's
I'm going to watch part 3 again.
There's not many other choices.
Well, I mean, what's fun about it is now next year we can do like a featured review of like Christmas Evil or Don't Open Till Christmas or something like that. I like how we did the first year with Black Christmas. That was our featured review. But I felt like last year when me and Jeremy watched Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 1 and 2, like, I was interested. Listen, I had no idea what this series was like, okay? I was just interested in checking it out. I figured doing it on the show would be a good reason to check them out. And I guess you were kind of right. I mean, it probably wasn't the greatest idea. But, you know, I did have fun watching all of these, but I would never want to watch all of them again. So, I mean, I can totally feel your pain there because... like, this is a one-time interesting thing. Like, oh, these are kind of interesting to see where the franchise went and stuff, and it was kind of fun little journey. But I couldn't imagine watching him, like, part 3, like, more than twice. It's just insane.
But I never once ever said, you know, like, you know, well, leading up to this is like, oh my God, this is going to be, like, the worst thing ever and stuff. I didn't want to, like, mislead you guys.
Yeah.
That was safe for the woman.
Anything, really, until we was, like, halfway through the journey, and I forget what you said something.
Well, it's because Jeremy kept like he was doing commentating when he'd text or something like that. He was like, "Oh my God, this," and I'm like, "Oh, just wait."
Yeah, I was a little bummed when you told me part 5 was basically a Pinocchio ripoff. I was like, "Oh, thanks."
Yeah, I was giving my commentary as I was watching the films, especially part 4. I was like, "Oh my God." Part 4.
It's such a weird series. I mean, this first film is such a strong film, and they never even come close to those again. It's so weird.
And it's kind of like the Howling franchise, actually. It's very similar. Like the first one's a very, very big stick out.
Howling 2 is shitty right off the bat.
These had to have done great on video. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, dude, these things still get released. Like, you know, they get lots of releases all over the place, like hard boxes in Europe, and it's crazy. People go, yeah,
right.
You can get hard boxes of the sequels and everything. Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, I can see like part 4 maybe becoming
the
like a cult classic type big following thing because how weird it is. But like,
I mean, you know, let's face it, man. We wouldn't be talking about Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 4 in a review if it wasn't subtitled that. You know, as a Brian Usma initiation, we may have seen that film before, but we wouldn't be doing it as, you know, whatever. It's just, it's lumped in there. Pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Such a fucking oddity, man. But, yeah, I guess that's going to do it for the Silent Night, Deadly Night franchise. It was interesting. Conversation went pretty much how I expected it was going to go. Pretty awesome stuff. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, I'll leave you guys with Jeremy.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening to the 36th episode of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man, Moodz himself, you can do so at youtube.com/Moodz616. Or if you're watching this video on YouTube, please click the subscribe button down below. So as if you want to follow JP, aka the man who thinks Pittsburgh Steelers are the best team in the world, you could do so at youtube.com/DoubleShotJ. And as always, you can follow me on my channel at youtube.com/NESRuler22. You could always follow us on our website, the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror.com. It's 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror.com. And as always, you could email us at the same address, 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror @gmail.com. And as always, you can follow us on Twitter at 22 Shots Podcast. And if you have any questions, you can leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. And as always, we shall talk to you guys next week with the 37th episode of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast, where we'll be reviewing the Cult Epic's newly released film, Nekromantik. So until then, guys.
Did you just call it Necromaniac?
Oh man, I just fucking I just splurged 2 titles together of 2 different films. How amazing is that?
That's awesome.
Yeah, Nekromantik. Wow. JP's losing it.
Good shit. That's good shit.
That's ridiculous.
Talk to you guys next week.
Last Christmas, Silent Night, that's the one with Santa as the axe murderer. Well, it's coming back. Dick Shoemaker has that story in our news studio.
Rob, when Silent Night, Deadly Night was first released, many parents were shocked that a movie about a maniacal Santa Claus would be shown at Christmas time. Well, now it's the month of May, and the film's producer is trying again.
It'll play in every part of the country, including backward in some places where it began to play and was pulled.
Silent Night, Deadly Night. The movie that shocked America, outraged Hollywood, and frightened the government.
The new advertising campaign plays up the earlier controversy about the film, when angry parents picketed theaters where it played, and the critics took offense.
And Silent Night, Deadly Night now has the distinction of joining I Spit on Your Grave as one of the two most contemptible films I have seen. And I don't mean to think it's campy. It really is quite awful.
But the producer claims critics had other motives for reviewing the film.
They were coming off an enormous amount of publicity on that picture, and I think that they knew that by reviewing that picture on their show, they would get higher ratings.
And Ira Richard Barmack produced it. You people have nothing to be proud of, even if you made a few bucks off of all the negative publicity. Your profits truly are blood money.
Shame on you, Siskel, and shame on you, Ebert, because I don't believe you. I think it was the height of hypocrisy for them to take that attitude. If they genuinely were horrified at the picture, they know very well that the most effective thing they could have done is to not review the picture.
And yes, we even see Santa give one little girl a bloody knife as a gift and threaten another little girl with physical punishment as she sits on his lap. You might think that it would be funny, Roger, or it's played as quite sick in the film.
I find it so amazing that if you say a guy gets into a Santa Claus suit and he's driven over the line, that people don't on the face of it see why that's funny.
Silent Night, Deadly Night opens in 93 theaters tomorrow in North and South Carolina and in upstate New York, with plans for a wider release already in the works. Mary.